Karen.
There she's coming.
Yeah.
Ed Ross is on Zoom. Loed, RCTV is also on YouTube. Sorry that we're running 5 minutes late.
We're not, we have them come up to the podium.
I guess we'll talk about that in a second. Yeah.
Because if we're not, I'm gonna move that podium.
We can just move it.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Want to move the podium if they're not gonna-
If they're not.
It's where they can't share screen. They can actually change name and they can.
Honey, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good.
Yeah.
Your husband met you.
Yeah, cool.
Yes, I was here a few months ago.
I don't know if we could do that.
Becky usually does that.
Yeah.
Should we start?
Let me call Karen. Just give it a shot.
Probably bet you. Neighbors. Treatment every day because he has that passion on his toe. Skin run yesterday.
Pat, on me bringing them?
No, I know Pat would be the one. He's awesome. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we get started. We can introduce ourselves in up here. Here's one person that is missing, but she's on her way, and then we'll let you all introduce yourselves. We do have 11 questions that we want to get through. So just keep that in mind as we answer questions. We scheduled roughly an hour for this. So I'm Fidel Maltese. I'm the town manager in Reading. Thank you for coming today.
I'm John Coote. I'm a member of the Permanent Building Committee and therefore a member of the Killam School Building Committee. I'm a structural engineer by profession, long since retired, thankfully, a gentleman of leisure.
How much leisure.
Good morning, I'm Carla Nazaro. I am the vice chair of the Killam Building Committee. I am the vice chair of our school committee. I am going to get my big girl plaque soon. I am a mother in town. I don't necessarily have construction experience. I have a business background, but I did work on the big dig and put construction contracts out for bid. So I have a little idea of, I play an engineer on TV.
You have good pedigree in engineering.
I'm Nancy Toomey. I'm a registered architect in Massachusetts. I do a lot of local residential design, not too much commercial. I am a member of the Permanent Building Committee, which makes me a member of the School Building Committee as well. And welcome for coming. We really appreciate your time and
Thank you.
And I'm Joe Huggins. I'm the Director of Facilities for the town of Reading.
Thank you. Whoever wants to kick us off.
Morning, everybody. I'm Nizamshi Takalapalli and the owner of Terra Corporation. We've been in business since 2010. We are very fortunate. Thank you for giving this opportunity to have a chance at partnering with you. Hopefully bring the expertise, knowledge that this great team we put together and work on this project. We understand how critical this project is to the town. We want to ensure that it is equally critical for us as a company. And I have young children like yourself, and how much school plays a role. And not growing up here, going to school here. The school system is one of the key foundational elements with this. It helps with the kids for the long run. Other important thing is the team we put together, Mia, Tony, Chris, Joe, have a lot of experience in MSPA. We understand the process, they walk through the approval process. They have been on both sides, on the design side as well as on the construction side. They can elements to the table. And more importantly, for us, if given a chance, we want to be the stewards, our partners in this process, work through the MSBA approval process, provide you all the salient information, the data points, so that you can make the best decision for the best program the town needs. At the same time, be cognizant of the cost reimbursement structure, advantageous program that would be beneficial for the town. That's what we want to provide. The other important thing that we think we could bring to the table is our experience in public procurement. We have a lot of experience in 149. I believe there's an interest in 149. And 149 process involves the design team, the owner, all of us to be so diligent and thorough in our documentation so that the bids that we procure provide us the most cost and budget risk analysis, right? We want to make sure there's not any change orders at all. This team working on both sides, on the owner and the design time, and the technical knowledge we as a company have, we really believe we can help put together a set of plans that are going to get us. With that, I'd like to give the team to Joe to introduce the team, and we have a handout in front of you.
Good morning. Thank you for having us in, and thanks for letting us sit and observe your this process. It was somewhat turning at times. I think on the edge here of having us in, and so we know who we're competing against. And some firms, larger firms with an extensive book of business into the MSBA world. The Turber Corporation, I run the project management group. My background is in public procurement and capital delivery. I worked at, like Carla, I had some involvement in the big gig on the financial side, moving the money in between the transportation departments. And then I did economic development grants for the transportation department. But I worked at UMass for 14 years in the capital department, and then for 7 years running the capital projects for that. And so I have a lot of experience in getting public approvals. I've the experience to do the contracting and the procurement, and I did a lot of analysis on how we implement projects, either from whether you're going to do renovation or new construction. I think it's very critical to you guys, and so I did that for a period of 7 years, running 40 major capital projects. We put together, normally we give a presentation. I wanted to give you the time to put together a deck. We're not going to talk to that. We want to get your questions in. But there's information in here that we tried to tailor to your project and give you a little more flavor of who we are, and to illustrate to you that we've really been thinking about your project and some of the key items. But the most important part is the people that you're going to be partnering with. These are, know this is a long-term commitment from you. We're here for 4 or 5 years working with you. We want to make sure that you get to know us enough. So our team, our product director is Tony Pina, who we were able to recruit from Compass Project Management, and now called Vertex, and has an MSBA experience both on the GC side and on the OPM side, and registered architect, and a tremendously nice person, which is really something that needs to balance me out. And Mia Ayers, also her and Tony worked together at Compass for a long time, and before that worked together on MSBA projects, one on the GC side, one on the architecture side, so another architect on our team. Tony Leone, for 40 years of experience. We try not to get too specific with it because it's do the math. But site manager extraordinaire. And so that what you get out of Tony is an unbelievable presence. It's not your sort of someone there reporting the weather and the number of people on the job. It is someone that is intimately involved with the GC and the subcontractors. And then we have Chris Davis, who's the contract commissioning group. He used to work at SMA, which is a lot of MSBA projects. Chris has got over 50.
Yes, as the engineer of record and commissioning authority, I worked for the MSBA for 13 years specifically as client line at SMA. So I was part of the commissioning program startup and follow through. So I understand the funding, how it ties into the commissioning consultant, which will be granted to you from the MSBA program. So my core structure here at Turba is to run our engineering division, which still stipulates my mechanical engineering experience, which I'm looking forward to retirement. 15 years, but I really feel that my strong diversity in our diversity, our background, will help with your selection of the designers, the commissioning folks that you're going to get on board, and we're going to work with them and collaborate with them. We're not. This is our core service. It's nothing on top of that. So I really feel that our strong MSBA depth, and the people we know, and especially the funding is tied to the commissioning. So I will be heavily involved with Tony and you, sir, the facilities director, at the end, because you will not get your funds until that is fully closed out.
So so we have a series of 11 questions that is our way to rate all of the people who have coming in today. So I want to be able to get to the questions, right? So we have 11 questions. We have a hard stop at 10. So if you can keep that in mind, so it's not even, now it's not, just a couple minutes for answers. And then at the end, we can open up the floor to you. But I don't want to not be able to rate you on the things that we have to rate you on.
We just wanted to introduce ourselves.
Perfect. Thank you. And I love this. I love this probably more than I love the question.
That's going to say, they probably have answered all of these questions.
Exactly. Exactly.
So, at any rate. All right, so why don't we start with the first question? So to the extent you understand our project at this point, and you touched a little bit about this, do you prefer design, bid, build, or construction manager at risk procurement methods? And is one or another more advantageous for a project like ours? And is there a trigger or attribute of projects that you think makes one path or the other more clear or advantageous?
So we view this as design, bid, build. I'm going to let Tony answer. He's going to be our project director. If it goes the path of new construction, which seems to be the town's preference, clear, flat site, the timing works that you'll be able to run this through just probably one large bid package, but there is an opportunity to split it off into separate bid packages if you want to get early out on foundations and steel. But you're going to save money by doing this design, bid, build, and you're not. It doesn't have the complications that would involve the requirement of a construction manager. We are really cognizant of the fact that you're going to be tight up against that existing school, no matter how, just on the scale of what you guys are trying to accomplish on that site, about how tight you're going to be up on that. But that's something that we would control and work with the general contractor to make sure that safety is maintained from a value for your money, and the schedule. You're not. We don't think that you would achieve the inputs that you would get from
Yeah, so good morning, everyone. Like my colleagues mentioned, I did spend some time on the construction side of the business building MSBA projects. Typically, the 149A delivery model is a little bit more reserved for complicated projects, renovations. Whenever you are going up against unforeseen conditions, these are typically things that you want to be able to manage with your contractor, not have everything be on the change order side. So that's usually one of the big factors. Other recent things are long lead time items. So if your construction schedule is really tight, these days switchgear is a tricky thing to get. Some HVAC equipment, so that could be a reason. Proximity to the existing conditions. So if there's some enabling packages that we need to do early to prepare the school and get ready for a very tight project. Sometimes our city projects qualify in this category. But usually we're looking for complicated factors because there is a little bit of a premium to go with the 149A, the CMF respectively. So,
Thank you. You're next.
Okay, the second question. Could you please talk about your philosophy and approach to managing the interaction of the roles of the 4 different parties involved, which is the town, OPM, architect, contractor / CMR, if we go that way. And the examples we'd like you to concentrate on are design layout and decision making on that, construction sequencing, and construction phasing.
So one of the big strengths that this team brings and as the company, our philosophy is the collaborative work. Every architect, engineer we have worked with, to reach out and they will say that it's the work environment that we provide is so collaborative so that we can get the right information to the town to make the right decisions. During the design process, based on our knowledge, working with the town and the program, we can do that. We will go through a rigorous process of test fits. How do we phase the job? The constructability. We want to work on all those 3 elements at the same time. And assuming this is going to be 149, we will work closely with the town and the design team to figure out the constructability, given the proximity, how we want to phase the job. So at least we go into the bidding process with an approach that we all can agree to. We understand the contractor might change certain things, but the goal is to put together a package that looks at the overall picture from the design to the completion, how this environment reacts to this activity, how your school or the school activities will continue to go on, how the design team and their team members provide information on a timely basis. When the contractor is on board, how the contractor is going to help with managing their subcontractors, the safety program, as well as delivering the job in a schedule and in a timely fashion.
And I also feel because of our strengths of design processes, that we're also going to be able to be your voice and know when we need answers. We're going to miss a date. Because I've been on that design side and I've had 3 different options I had to provide to the town for decisions. And us being that champion for you, you know, we can narrow that down, make sure we're meeting the project deliverables for us to fully vet to make a decision. Sometimes time, and you're a designer, you want to design, but you also have to give feedback to you guys to help make those decisions. So we really can facilitate and spearhead that because of that background of being on that side of the fence.
In that regard, you establish the work plan.
Yeah.
That's going to require you get buy-in from the design team, and then everything lines up. The design teams struggle when they the expectations aren't known, and then they're trying to juggle their own resources, right, and have trouble meeting your deadlines. The GC piece is easy on the delivery. Our firm does major capital projects. We know that piece in and out. You set the schedule, you set the metrics, you can control it through your different project control methodologies, and you just work through the issues with them. So maybe you talk about how we coordinate.
Well, nothing helps a collaborative spirit in a group. Nothing better than actually sitting on the other side of the table at some point in your career. So you know the challenges the designer has, the challenges the contractor is going to have. So between me and Mia, working on all 3 sides of the table. And in my case, I was actually on my permanent committee in Marshall, that was our school, so I've actually sat on all four. But, one other thing to go with collaboration is being proactive. Because in our industry now, you really don't have the time to be reactive and not think ahead. So that's something I feel like that goes hand in hand with being collaborative. Specifically on the design side, one of the things that tempers our relationship with the other parties is we're always advocating for you as the town of Reading. On the design side, two of the biggest things that we're going to be looking for with the architects is making sure everything that they design meets your educational program needs, not just now, but in the future. And then the second battle is the eligibility with MSBA. Obviously, on the design side, we have to be careful. There are specific things in the MSBA program. John will appreciate this often. Mechanical and support teams are as eligible, so we see those shrinking and getting smaller, which only creates a problem further down the line when you go to maintain stuff. So there's a balance there. And then when we get to construction sequencing and phasing, one of the things that we need to look out for is the safety of the students and making sure that we never impact anything that's going on the school site. So that's one thing that tempers our relationship with the contractor during our whole time on the site. Relationships in our industry are huge. We've worked with all the big contractors, especially the 149A, 149 contractors. When I was building MSBA schools, I was working for a 149 contractor. So these relationships, they never go away. And often we call on those when we have boots on the ground here in the trailers to get something done either for the district or something that we feel is
Thank you.
Switching gears for a moment, as a member of the select board and a 20-year town meeting member, I was happy to share with you that we had a unanimous vote at town meeting to proceed with our feasibility allocation, which doesn't happen very often if you who have worked in municipal government. So what we're wondering is about your approach to continuing the success, to communicating with the community, particularly as it relates to our need to develop buy-in for debt exclusion and for the project in general. I'd also add this will be our first high performance building project.
God bless you for serving funny. That was some fun nights. On the outreach side, this is a pretty big part of what we do. We feel like all the information really needs to come out. We need to be as transparent as possible with everybody in the town relating to information. And we actually want any of the negative stuff to come out early and as much as possible, so we know exactly what the issues are that we need to overcome. We don't ever want to bury anyone's voices in the process because they'll eventually show up at town meeting one way or another. The way we do this, thank God for the electronic age, is one of the things that we do is set up a website, which you will have the ability to provide a link, whether it's on your school site, on your town site, to provide all the information as it's coming out, because the last thing you want is outdated information. So we have a huge social media and website driven information campaign, and you'll be a big part of that. Reviewing what we put out there and making sure it's accurate. And then we also have a pretty robust public outreach campaign where we will organize forums around the town in conjunction with the architect and us and you as building committee members, school committee members, so that people can see what we're doing as we're doing it throughout the whole process. And usually we find that we get a lot of response before and after. Some people are afraid to ask questions in those meetings, but we get a lot of response from the informal talk before and after those meetings. So that's also a way to capture a good amount of feedback from the community. And then last but not least, one of the things that we typically do is we set up a email address that goes to whoever you designate. Hopefully we're on it. But it's a way for stakeholders in the town to ask questions, convey their opinions. We can respond to those. Often we do keep frequently asked questions, so we don't have to answer the same ones over and over. And then we publish those on a certain part of the website. So we really do feel like we have a pretty comprehensive approach. And that approach is based on being transparent in the process that we are taking the town through. And being able to just answer, creating a low threshold for people to approach, ask questions, and give their feedback.
If the town feels involved in part of the project, it really makes the project more successful.
Touch on the high performance. We have extensive experience working with some really innovative energy efficient buildings. Not only the LEED, we are working with the Living Building Challenge, which are a lot more progressive in how they determine the life cycle. We have successfully apparently on path to deliver a laboratory building with the 1/3 energy footprint of the national average. So, and geothermal wells, solar, you name it, any of the cutting edge technologies we have first-hand experience with, including the process of developing design solutions to implement them, life cycle analysis.
So the next question, how do you manage cost estimating and budget where the project budget is locked in with MSBA? A schematics design, which may be months before the project goes to bid. How do you do cost estimating in-house or with a consultant? And if so, who?
Our consultant is PNC. It's our cost consultant. They're fantastic. They know they're based here in Massachusetts, and they are do a ton of work on MSBA projects. They have a very tight control on the market. What you really need to do is you're gonna have two cost estimators that are gonna come together. The reconciliation is really the key part. You get down and you agree to it. You also have to build. It's a very tough market. Some information you guys had already done some of your own analysis on comparable products, some pricing is coming in. You had products that were, just a few years ago, $600 per square foot. Now we're getting $800 per square foot, and so it hasn't slowed down. The macro economy seems to be having some issues, but it has not come back to the market yet. You have to build in some contingencies within your designs, some sort of escape hatches in case the bidding doesn't come in the way you want it to carry some contingencies below the line in order to do that. But you're gonna have two career cost estimators get together, you reconcile those many differences, you make sure that those are hashed out from that reconciliation process.
One other thing that's going to be important in this market and how things are going, especially in 149 route, we as a group need to recognize what our sacred cows are. What are the priorities? There are certain elements of the project we do not want to compromise on. There are certain elements that we can compromise on, have design options of spending $2 a square foot or $10 a square foot. We need to work with you, the school, the principal, everybody to understand most important elements so that they are always above the line. And then there are elements below the line that give the relief hatches that Joe was talking about as we go through the bidding. And because we end up on 149, our estimating and reconciliation are very, very crucial. We need to pay very close attention to the quantities, the materiality, the three bases of design. They all become critical. And also need to have a cognizant understanding of our appetite for risk and how we are building our contingencies. One
other piece to that is that us as the owner of our we have a ton of contacts, just not only with the general contractors, but with the subcontractors. We don't just sit back and wait, and just hope that people bid on their trade packages. We go out and push outreach and encourage them. Really what you're looking for doing is participation. And as you get into the higher risk packages on the MEPs, what you're seeing is, some risk, which our package, which used to be much more straightforward. Drywall was always like, okay, here's the cost per square foot, here's going to go up, and you know that price, but you're seeing those prices come in without some aggressive bidding. So you really want to get the interest in the project, and to buy another reason why. A reason to go with the new construction on this is like you say, hey, we'll do a renovation, we can do it cheaper. That's not what we're seeing in the market. Subcontractors and contractors are looking for a clean, understandable project, and they want to be able to go after that. So the renovation work is actually higher risk on the owner side and higher risk really on the subcontractor side. So they price that in, and they're looking for a cleaner job. Another reason why.
We also keep, as we work on different jobs, the estimates, where the dollars per square foot are. For example, duct work, in the last 2 years, we have seen anywhere from $18 a pound all the way to $44 a pound. How do we navigate that and challenge the true estimators and see what we are carrying will actually get us to a signed contract with the fire trade bidder?
Yeah, surprisingly, there aren't many stones left unturned during and at the end of those cost estimate reconciliations. When you say cost estimate reconciliation day, in our industry is kind of like a girl, like it's going to be 8-9 hours. And with the two cost estimators, there's no part of the building that we don't understand. And that's a benefit of having two recovery architects. But we understand exactly how the building's getting built schematically. And then you have two estimators. So those two estimators have to agree to some extent on what's being priced. So that's as we go into schematic, but we don't stop after your project funding agreement. We test those numbers as we go through design development. We'll probably have a couple of cost estimate exercises during design development to make sure we're still on track with the schematic budget. If we feel like we are going off track for whatever reason, because we can't control the market, we can control the building and its design and how expensive it is. But the market, especially lately, I feel like it's getting better. But that's not something we can control. So if we get to the end, then we also have tools. We could use bid alternates, we go through a value engineering process all the time, just to have some things in our pocket to make sure if we need to cut back, we could include those as bid alternates to make sure when we get to the end, we're not, we never be over budget with what the town is committed to. So.
Thank you.
So you probably answered this many times and all the answers, yeah, but I'll ask it anyway, and feel free to just touch lightly on it. But the next question is, how do you perform technical reviews before bidding to manage and limit change order exposure? Is this done in-house or with a consultant? And I know you've touched base on that a couple of times here. So
we are lucky at the other firm, we did it all third-party vendors doing the plan reviews. Most of the times those are successful, but luckily at Turf, we have a architecture group and we have Chris's engineering group. So we're lucky enough to be able to rely on our own resources. The one good thing about that is because if something comes up, I can call Chris or call the architects that are reviewing, like, what do you guys mean? Like, where are you seeing that? Or what exactly, building envelope has become complicated, as you know, Nancy. There's new things all the time. So oftentimes, depending on our internal group, I just did a review for a project that was going out to bid at a charter school, and I only had 4 days to do it because getting out to market, we came on late as the OPM, so getting out to market was critical. And so I wouldn't have been able to find someone like with that turnaround. But we depend on our own resources. Like, we want to correct things along the way if we can. And then by the time it gets to our internal team, it's not just technical, but it's also coordination, making sure specking match up, making sure drawing details are coordinated well, that type of stuff, which having two sets of eyes is always.
And knowing the MSBA process, which you'll find, we have very specific criteria you have to meet during SD, ED, CDs. It's a narrative.
Okay.
So at SD and DD, there should be enough information on there that you get good bidding at SD and DD, where if you start to see it at 60, 90, that's where your prices start to go haywire. And those are kind of like my metrics that I always have used because I used to have to meet those metrics. So those are the set of eyes that MSBA experience is going to bring to you to make sure the drawings have that information for the estimators at those milestones as I talked about. Those are key. So that's a level of experience that you're looking for, I believe. And that very easy, that's just going to come from us organically, just because we love it.
Yeah.
But so.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next question. It's become recognized that the production of building materials, particularly cement and steel, uses a large percentage of the total carbon energy in the world. What's your experience of any, if any, of minimizing such energy use in buildings such as the Killam School? Do you think that the town of Reading should really be concerned with these matters?
So it is true that concrete and steel have the biggest inherent carbon in them. The project I'm just talking about, the lab building, we have mat foundations. So we used about 3,600 tons of concrete. But going in, we knew that. We worked with the 3 vendors in the central Mass area to use fly ash and substitutes to reduce, and the newer LEED and living building, they actually also have some of the guidelines. We were able to cut down the inherent carbon in the concrete by about 33%. So you can work with the vendors. The concrete industry is very well aware of this, and we have experience even well before you going out to bid, making sure there are local vendors that can support this kind of. And steel hasn't reached that point in terms of carbon sequestration. Mostly it's the recycled content. And how can we procure recycled steel to the most possible measure we can? And it becomes a little bit tricky in the sense it's a lot of steel these days is coming from Canada, so the geographical and other relation, but there are ways that the industry has been good about cutting down carbon on both concrete and steel.
So there's 2 pieces of it, right? So you have your carbon neutrality piece on your operational side, which Joe will be tasked with running the facility, and that way you do that based on your mechanical system that you select. The other piece, which you're referring to, John, is the embodied carbon pieces. It's what you're bringing in and what you cost from an environmental perspective to produce those materials. So Vamshi is our sort of sustainability expert. He's involved. He consults with a lot of institutions. They bring him in with all other project teams. They bring Vamshi to try to sort this through in a cost-efficient way. Gives advice on that. Myself, I've been involved in 2 timber construction projects. One was the first in the Northeast for a public agency, the over design building in UMass Amherst, who built it for their building technologies program. That project was into design development as a steel building in the campus. They made the decision, and they had Congressman Over interest in doing that. We worked with Greenworks and came up with a plan, made the switch, and were able to do that. That's a full timber frame construction with the CLT timber. There's a cost premium to that, and there still is a cost premium to that. The other project we did was this project came to us as they were looking to do a renovation, and when we did the analysis, we showed them that you couldn't meet the program with the renovation that we were trying to achieve, and the new construction would be able to be done for the same price, but you would also be able to get a new parking lot, take care of some of the deteriorated steam lines that were in that area. In that, we did the evaluation on the timber. We built the facade of the building with some timber components because it would have been too expensive to take on the premium. So we incorporated it and tried to reduce the impact on it. But there are those are just two projects. So we have a lot of experience with myself on some of these new approaches. Project that Tony, Mia, and myself are working on is the School of Public Health at UMass Amherst. They have asked us to evaluate not only the carbon neutrality, they want to go away from any use of carbon. They also have a power plant on campus. They're a self-producer, right? So they have all this infrastructure built for it. But the 30 years now that they want that plant not to be used. You have to make those evaluations on what you're doing. They're asking us to evaluate that in carbon park, and all the cost estimators, we've tested this around. So there is that premium that you pay to go away from that treatment price. Hopefully,
Thank you.
in a couple of years, the industry catches up.
I was gonna say one thing that's a benefit, when we're working with different clients, we do work with a good amount of clients, and they're kind of ahead of the curve on this. Maybe not voluntarily, they've been mandated from up above that you need to go carbon zero by a certain, but that's where we see like what works, what doesn't work. Obviously the steel and the concrete are the biggest volumes of embodied, but we'll be looking at other embodied carbon and other materials. But we've seen through the higher ed clients sometimes what's cost effective and what's not on some of these sustainable strategies.
I don't know how you feel about natural gas, but you're going to be seeing a lot of electric boilers and a lot of opportunities coming your way that'll be similar to the 70s.
Mhm.
Okay, we take a step back, but that's what you're going to see. You're going to see some interesting technologies that are electrically driven, and you know your operating costs, what it is now, they're going to be different. That's what comes with robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? So gas is going away, but electrify and cost has to come down.
Right. So the next question, how do you manage input from the district? Of course, the educational and design process tends to get the attention, but what about input from facilities and maintenance departments or teachers? How would you envision that process? And you've kind of already touched on that a little bit, so it's okay.
Some of our most important lessons actually come from the facilities department, what works, what doesn't, what works in the district. So we'll be for sure good friends before this process is over. In the recent projects that I've gotten, it's been the facilities directors that are calling me about their projects. So in the beginning, we will have a pretty long period of a month or two of visioning sessions on the educational side, but we interview all departments of the school, including facilities, operations, finance, transportation, would be another important one. So we're all ears when it comes to anything the district has to say, and often we might be asking you questions about certain things that you haven't given us feedback on. So that starts in the beginning and it really never ends. You'll all have my cell phone number and Mia's if we work on this project. And it'll be up to the district how they wanna, who's first person to be called, second person on your side. But the communication will be open throughout. Most of the time, we're looking to get information from you, especially in the beginning.
I think it's like this, it's very great. It always the education gets the first priority, but as a company, since we started, we have focused more on the operations side, only because the capital cost of any facility is only about 10-20%. You look at the holistic life cycle of the facility. Remaining 70-80% is your operational budgeted operational cost. The biggest impact we or any facility designer, builder can do is making sure your maintenance costs are optimized. And we understand that. We have any place we go, from steam fitter, the pipe fitter to the plumber, we understand what their life is like, how much access you need around a piece of equipment. You need what type of connection would be advantageous to you. You have 3 other facilities who are kind of settled on a particular vendor. Maybe we should try to think along the same lines of what we are putting. So we bring a lot of that with Chris and myself and our engineering team. We do that. And the other thing we also bring to the team is our engineering guys for cities, all the MVP drawings. We go through the sequence of operations with you, making sure they align how you want to run, what your facilities guys are knowledgeable and experienced. We don't want to introduce just because we can some new things. The cost of maintaining that is just is a lot more than working with things that your team can work with, implement more efficiently, and make them feel that they are part of the process. So you'll see a lot of that goes to all the departments like talked about, but not just the educational program, because we believe a holistic approach is very critical in the long-term operational. That's what the town is tasked with. You need to maintain and operate this building.
I can say with conviction, if we get chosen, we will be friends. I am 9.9 miles from the site. And to be honest, they drove by every day. And when Joe mentioned it to me, I'm like, that's the building I drive by every day. So my kids went to the batch and my nieces and nephews went to Killam. So my strength is, again, proximity and engineering. And to Lamshi's point, you're going to have consultants do the work, but that first year of operation, you're going to be calling Tony and I, because you're going to learn from the building. The building's going to talk to you. You're going to be like, this, oh my God, this electric issue, because you have to ask before. It's like, okay, we got this. We stop by, we fine tune it. We're in it for the long haul. And
I want Mia just to touch on one of the real top skills that Mia brings to the table is her outreach, her ability to listen and connect with people, both in this, through the process and the design, but really during the construction period. Right? So there's going to be a long period here where we have to make sure that the school operations aren't impacted, and Mia is critical to gathering information up front during the design process and doing those connections, but also during the construction process.
Thank you. Yeah, I was waiting for like a question. Nice. No, I have a lot of experience. I know Tony's our boots on the ground for this project, but I've served in that role, hybrid role of project manager, site manager for a lot of projects. I've been in the weeds on a lot of higher education and school projects where I am that person. You're going to have my number. I've got calls at 5 a.m. I've got calls at 11 p.m. The 11 p.m. one, I had to pretend like I was more awake than I was. But you guys have my number. I'm your person. I will talk to the community. I used to go from brownstone to brownstone when I was working at Boston University. They invited us in for lunch. And we talk with the neighbors. They know my face. They have any concerns. I hear them and I address them, and they get brought forward to the appropriate parties. I'm a big advocate of letting the community know what is going on with things. One project, I worked closely with the university where we prepared by Wednesday morning what was going to be happening that weekend and the following weekend. We talked about, we broke it down from all the different all the different aspects of exterior work, interior work, what time deliveries were anticipated, noise level of that work, specifically what date they should anticipate that occur. And we made sure we went through iteration after iteration, so that was ready to go Friday morning, emailed out to the community, to the students, to anybody else that was, wants to be a part of the project. And I think that's very important. I'm big on transparency. I'm big on sharing with you what's coming up and to feel those questions. Also, I know Tony mentioned I'm an architect. That's how we met. But also I'm a mom. I'm a mom of two strong-willed elementary school age girls. So I look at it as not only an architect's perspective and a owner's perspective, but as a parent's perspective. I worry about the safety of the kids as if they're my own. And I know we're all parents too, but I just love bringing that aspect to the site. Plus, I bring my kid to the site every once in a while. I'm here.
So I think we got time for one more question. That's okay. Ms. Carla?
Is there any,
Or, yeah.
yeah, anybody have a preference?
Um,
I like my question.
Yep.
Yeah, I like your question.
Okay.
Question 10 is important.
Yeah, that's right. I think eight is right. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go with it.
Based on past projects, either yours or others, what do you think are the top 2 to 3 pitfalls to avoid?
Yeah. Big question.
To avoid. Yep.
Be over budget. Nearby, we're doing a West Elementary School. I just saw in one of your presentations, or when they had to come back and ask for more money in the sales at school. Is the process was run well on that, but that is not a situation that anybody wants to be in. It takes away Fidel's time, it would take away your time, and it sort of puts the whole product in a bad light. That's what you really have to do. It's getting it right and go into, as I said earlier, about getting it right as you go into that schematic pricing, which is great forwards on an MSBA project. It's really critical when you don't want to go back to town ask for that. Also on the MSBA projects in the town, you're going to have to go and get this whole the outreach, the buy-in from. You'll start with your committee. It'll the buy-in of the school district. The buy-in other town leadership, and then you have to get out and do that outreach to all the different communities. It's not just the people that are impacted by that school that are going. You guys know this. You got to get out to the senior center. You have to get out to where people are in the libraries. Right? You have to move the vote and get people to buy into so that you get that. Pitfall on the design side, I mean, sometimes there's over design, so you have to control that process and make sure that you're really making pragmatic decisions for the school community and the towns, and have a major impact outside just that. This school is going to impact your other schools in the way that you guys deliver the services for both the rise and special ed and bilingual that gets incorporated into this. So you really have to control that, make sure that you're making the smart decisions here. Again, we'll go back to where the pricing is on things. You talk about possible 125 building. You guys have already modeled that out. So you really, there's going to be a factor of cost consciousness that you have to really pay attention to.
No, please. For me, two things always come to mind: making the decisions. Right? As an owner, we need to make decisions. It's sometimes hard, but you may not get the right decision. But with the given data, the given analysis and due diligence, we need to make decisions. Decisions in this environment have cost premiums, schedule delays, and whatnot. From the outset, we want to develop a platform of trust so that people can make decisions on the information being part of the project. We provide you with a sense of the building of trust and the decisions and the group of people we are going to put together on this project. The people and decisions are what drive the job. Construction, any builder can build buildings, manage budgets, but it always comes down to the people and decisions.
So we bought Tony the only. There was a question that you guys had in the short list. We tried to make it clear on our proposals. There's Tony is with the site manager for the Billerica High School. So our company built up and we grew in sort of parallel with Left Field and collaborated them on a number But Tony is the site person for that $178 million high school. So
And that was something that we were right up against the high school. Right there, you just got a great piece of equipment across the school. Safety was big. Correspondence between both the school and us. If there's something happening at the school, we want to know if there's something happening on our site. I'm the type of rep that's always up. I always have my nose in something to make sure that you as a group are getting what you're paying for. That I think is the biggest thing. You have a lot of OPM firms, they have a field rep out, sits in an office, and just pushes paper.
We actually don't allow him to have a chair.
Yeah, yeah, I'm always on the field. Really, I try to look out for your best interest. I look at your money as my money. And I try to make sure that I'm getting as much bang for my buck as I possibly can. Alone. And I think the biggest pitfall we had at Bill Ricker was $1 million change on an electrical change. It came in an addendum, came out, and the wrong addendum. In the end, that ended up. The worst thing, that's when you want to crawl under a chair and such, but it happened. And we had an electrical contractor that very well knows the ins and outs, probably better than everybody else. But what do you do with that? And consultant firm, we're gonna make good. How are we gonna make good? That's a pitfall that you want to get to that. Change orders is going to be big. Change orders is a big issue. I spent 1 year at Genzyme just renegotiating change orders. I never left the office. And I rip people apart. So it is what it is. I don't see what you're giving me back. So I mean, I can do that when I'm out in the field. And then those are things I watch. I see something coming up that just doesn't look right. I'm not afraid to stop something.
Tony and I will work very closely throughout the course of construction. We'll be talking.
And that's it, even along boots on the ground. You still have an entire team. It's always going to be there. It's not just one person. We're always there. We're kind of all 24/7. You know, we just, yeah.
Budget is gonna be on the top. Schedule to an MSBA system is critical because if you miss one of the hoops to jump through,
Yes.
back here, it could cost you, aligning with those funding. So schedule is obviously budget schedule, right? One thing that we also remind ourselves throughout is to not lose sight of the end user, because a lot's gonna happen in a couple of years. We're gonna talk about millions of dollars, we're gonna talk about technical stuff. But in this town, you have some great programs. You have that RISE program, you have that REACH program. So throughout this process, we're gonna be reminding everybody, don't lose sight of this medium. There's gonna be a lot talked about, but at the end of the day, it's really a building for the kids. So that's something we have to remind ourselves of the team members.
To not get kicked out of this room. We know we're up against the time. Our team, we think we're a very well-rounded team. We would cover you throughout the MSBA process. We support you as you march this through your town approvals on the construction end. I think it's a very important metric for you guys to pay attention to. If you look at the OPM fees, this is a big contract for the town to commit to, and we understand that your money, if you look at the way other OPM contracts are they're always under 3%, it goes 2.5% to 3%, depending on the type of the project. But your money that you're spending on, you need that upfront thing. We have Tony and Mia who lead that process and through the MSBA, and I'll help with the sort of the public approach, be out there at the forums. But your money, really, 65% of your contract that you're doing with the OPM is on that construction, and that is where your money is spent. We have Tony, we have Mia and Tony. All three people on design and construction side be looking out for your day, and that's really where that your money is. We know how important it is up front with your money on that contract and that back end.
Joe, can I get one last one? All right, this handsome looking team in front of you is your team. We're your team from start to finish. We're not gonna play a switcheroo. Some of the companies do. I've worked at a company where it had a construction, a design team and then switched to a construction team. We're not doing that. This is your team here. You'll be working with us. If you love us to start, you're gonna love us even more at the end. We are your people. This is who you're gonna see throughout the course of the project. I don't want you to forget that.
That's great.
I gotta get one in. Can I get one in? I am passionate about mechanical engineering and HVACs, that's my background. Ventilation. Ventilation, you don't want that to be a pitfall. Coming up now on projects where it's late in the game and we're looking at increasing ventilation. That is a topic now to be had. 15%, 20%, 30% above code, but that also affects ventilation. Air conditioning or temp, those are big things for elementary school. You never had it there. They're just univentilators. Those are big things in this new day and age and where we're going. Okay, ventilation.
Yeah.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. So much. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Nice to meet you too.
Thank you so much for everything. It's great. Thanks.
So much.
Thanks for having us. Joe, thank you for having us.
Take care.
Thank you. Nice meeting you.
You too.
You all need a break?
Yeah. Good idea.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I think we did great. You this morning? Look dapper. You're retired.
I like it. I do it so I work like every day in my life since I was 17 years
So
old.
glad. Yeah.
Is it here? Good. Yeah. Right in the front row.
Where can I plug it into Twitter?
Where?
Where I have a computer.
Would be.
Okay, sure.
You got 11 questions, just.
Yeah,
Just give that.
it's free. And how can I
you tell me.
navigate? Okay.
You tell me, yeah.
Okay.
Next slide. So I assume this guy?
The PowerPoint, yes, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Do that. If you all need these sheets of questions, I got plenty right here.
Thank you.
You need paper, you need water bottles, pizza for lunch.
Pizza, yes.
Pizza?
I like
Yeah.
I don't need.
We're not doing salad. We're going pizza.
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm recycling it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Actually, in all seriousness, pizza okay?
Yeah.
What do you like? What
Whatever.
kind of pizza?
Whatever.
Vegetable, pepperoni, cheese?
Vegetable.
So
Vegetables
one
sounds
vegetable?
good. Yeah, sure. Vegetables, good. Try to be healthy.
Joe, what do you think?
I'm good with anything.
Healthy with pizza.
Yeah.
Exactly. Broccoli on pizza, yeah, let's do that.
Healthy. It's down.
Thank you for coming. We'll do an intro on our end up here, and then we'll let you do an intro on your side, and then we can give you the floor. I did mention that we have 11 questions to get through, and we got a hard stop at 11. For Del Maltese, I think I meant follow you at the walkthrough. Mr. John?
I'm John Coote. I'm a member of the Permanent Building Committee, and as such seconded to the Killam School Building Committee. I'm a structural engineer and a forensic engineer by profession. I'm well retired, so right now I'm just a gentleman of leisure. I'm very happy about that.
Good morning, I'm Carla Nazaro. I am the vice chair on this committee as well as on our school committee. I am a business major, but I did work for a number of years on the Big Dig and put construction contracts through the bidding process and out for bid. Even did a stint in the field. So I'm a mother in the town. We've been here for a long time, and we're really looking forward to this project.
Karen Herrick, member of the select board, over 2 decades as an elected town meeting member. A stint on the finance committee as well. I'm an MBA by trade. I have been a residential real estate specialist and high performance residential construction passionate advocate. So thank you for coming today. We're really excited.
I'm Nancy Toomey. I'm a registered architect here in the state of Massachusetts. I do mostly residential architecture, some commercial, but not much. I'm a member of the Permanent Building Committee, and then also a member of the Killam School Building Committee. Been in the town for 35 years and should be retired, but I'm not. And town meeting member, etc. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Good morning, I'm Joe Huggins. I'm the Director of Facilities for Reading.
All right.
Fantastic. Today, we're Phil International.
Oh, sorry. Yep, you're fine.
So congratulations on embarking on this. I'm on the building committee in Arlington 20 years ago. Embarked on this school. Takes a while. So all you have to get into that. And just happy to be here because we've got a great team for you guys. So we're just going to go through a quick presentation, 10 or 15 minutes, right?
Not less.
So it's just going to talk just a little bit about Killam in New England. Then we're going to go on your team and then just a little bit of project experience. So I'm up first and then give the speaking part today. We're Hill in New England. We've been here for 27 years. You've seen our what we've done here in the elementary school. We're all project managers, and it's interesting that that's what kind of what we do here. That's all we do here. Ready going to go. A lot of our staff has been with this mental way that probably boss came in helping those together. At our company, and we've got 45 people, and we have in our proposal probably 8. So we have 4. So that's still so it's one. Again, and so we're just going to introduce ourselves. I'm Peter Martini. I'll be the principal in charge of this particular project. It's a hands-on position, and anything you guys need and we need to make sure you have the resources we need, staff properly, doing the job right. I attend all the in-house meetings. Go to here. You'll have my phone number. You'll have everything. Call me at any time on the project. Again, like I said, I live in Arlington. I've gone through 40 years as a general contractor. Hill seems to bring a really good collection of architects, contractors, subcontractors, philosophy majors, whatever it may be. That's my background. And I'm going to turn it over to the team.
Thank you, everybody. I'm Vivian Verbedian.
Thank you.
I will be the project director. And what does that mean? As the project director, I make sure that I oversee the team as well as the project. And with that, I'm also your advocate in ensuring that educational program needs are included as part of the project and your leader in communicating with the community. I'm very pleased to present our team today. And the reason is because we three have been working for the past 4 years in the city of Watertown, finishing the final elementary school there. It was the last of 3. And so we have managed a variety of different projects. And I'm sure that we've in some way, somehow seen it, done it, managed it, facilitated it, and guided the community along for the ride. I have the pleasure of introducing to you Tom Finnegan. He is your senior project manager. He is also your main point of contact day to day throughout the process. All 3 of us will be working together, and you will see us from the very beginning today all the way through the moment that the kids walk into the school and through closeout. So it is a continuous team effort, and we all work collectively together and have been doing so for the last 4 years. Now, Tom is a very seasoned and experienced construction project manager. I'm excited to have him along on this project because we have worked together very well. We have learned each other's communication styles and where we can encourage and bring the best out of each other. Besides that, he is known to be extremely tough, but fair, even with me. So he will be a strong advocate for you and for your project and for the town. Next slide, please. Alana Forbes. She's our glue. She does everything behind the scenes. She is what keeps us all together. She manages all of our project controls. She makes sure that we're where we're supposed to be and doing what we're supposed to do. And the superpower that she has is that she is extremely hospitable. And with that, she has this innate ability to include everybody as part of the team. And with that, she is a master at getting people to tell her things that they normally would not. I don't know how she does it, but she does it, and she does it skillfully. So this is your team from the start all the way through the end. If you don't mind, next slide. We are experts in MSBA. We've done this for many, many years. We've worked on various MSBA, non-MSBA, public procurement, school projects. That's our specialty. And this team has masterfully managed all aspects of it. We're going to start with the before feasibility, we're going to start forming the team. So as you guys are getting to know us, this is our opportunity where we start getting to know you. And why is that important? Because the MSBA is the one that makes the selection for the designers. However, your voices are heard. You are an active part and a participant of that process. You have 3 members that join in, and with that, we need to ensure that we incorporate all of your needs, your goals, your project objectives, and the town of Reading's values. What does the school want to be when it grows up, kind of? Make sure that those are well articulated and communicated into the RFS process to ensure that you have the best designer for the team and for the project. With that, we'll move into feasibility, and I'll turn it over to Tom.
So in feasibility, we'll set the foundation of building the project. So the foundation is so important on the project scope, the budget, and the schedule. So we'll build a schedule right from that point in time all the way to the end of the project. And it'll be more detailed up front when we go through all the required presentations to the MSBA, but we'll have those in the schedule. Prior to schematic design, we'll look at all the different options. The option that's most cost effective, the one that meets all your educational programs, should rise to the top. And then Once approved by the MSBA, we'll go right into schematic design. Now, it'll be as the MSBA calls it, it's a robust schematic design. And the reason being is it's going to lead to the scope and budget. And eventually it's going to lead to your project funding agreement, and then before you go to your vote. So all that it's very important for the schematic to be as robust as possible, get as much information we can, and get that total project budget established. And that's going to be a budget to the very end of the project.
So as you guys move forward into the design, the feasibility, the schematic, and into the town vote is where you need a positive vote for this project through the community. In our mind, and especially in mine, this is where I shine, and this is where what I bring to your project is the ability to communicate effectively with the community. I'm going to be your biggest cheerleader. And I wasn't one in high school or college, but I have learned to be one as an adult. And by doing so, what does that mean for you? It means that we need to, if you wouldn't mind advancing to the next slide, we need to start immediately. As soon as we have the designer on board, we will start strategizing. We have to start strategizing early and start coming up with a plan. Now, this plan will be in its inception state, and we will fine tune it and refine it as each day goes on and with each presentation that we make to the public. Because our first goal is always to listen to them. This is a school project first, but it is also a community project. It is a community builder. And by a community and engaging the community, we all end up speaking a new language and building a culture around it. We need to be concise, but also communicate exactly what the needs and the desires are for this project. With that, we also have to identify key stakeholders in the community. Is sustainability one of the top topics in town? Is it one that if we don't engage early on and they feel like it's been forgotten and an afterthought, they might raise a loud voice in opposition to the project? We need to understand all of these and make sure that we incorporate them from the very beginning. You can't wait at the end. At that point, it's too late. Strategizing, planning, community engagement starts as soon as you introduce the team, and as soon as you have the designer on board, and we'll help you navigate through that. And I'd like to say in the last 10 years, 10 projects, we've been very successful in getting to the town vote. Next slide, please.
So there will be definitely challenges on your project, but don't worry, no need to worry. I'm here to guide you. I'm here for you to make sure the project is successful. I'm always in communication with the school administration via phone, text, email, Zoom meetings, team meetings. But also, I also wanted to ensure the safety of our kids and students. So with that being said, I also want to make sure that the kids are safe, and as well as our staff. And
she gets very nervous.
Okay.
That's good.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that is great.
Thank you. Eric's got the better of her.
And it's making our job easier from feasibility study all the way to completion. We'll be looking at all the challenges that will come in the past and going forward. We know that, some of the challenges already, you want to go to the next slide. We know that it's going to be a burden on the school, that they're going to lose that playground. We may need to relocate the existing playground somewhere so they have some place for the students to go. Construction parking is going to be a problem. So we're going to have to look at speaking with the police. Can we park on Haverhill Street when we reach the peak of the construction? Also, can we find a satellite lot? There's a couple of places we identified near the site that maybe we can start some of the workers in. When we reach the peak of the project, it could be up to 100 construction workers on site, and that's a very small site. So we need to develop not to seize problems, but there'll be a lot more challenges that we work on from start to the end of the project.
And those challenges are important for us to know and understand, not because they're challenges, so that it helps us guide the RFP and the RFS process. It helps us identify it immediately, put it into the bid document so that these are not surprises when it comes to the construction phase. If you wouldn't mind advancing to the next slide. We're experienced. As I mentioned, this team here in front of you today has worked tirelessly for 4 years in Watertown, doing 3 distinct elementary school projects that have ranged from new construction to addition renovation, sustainable goals, minimal sustainable goals. And so we've been able to manage all of them. Hosmer in particular is adjacent to the existing school as well as sandwiched between a senior assisted living facility. And we've been able to manage it in a very densely populated neighborhood. If you've ever driven through Watertown, you're familiar with it. Communicating to the butters is also one of our skills. We have incorporated utilizing the council member, Tom, every month religiously sends out an email to the council member, including them in the process, so that they have a wider range and spread reach to the constituents in the neighborhood to make sure that we give them a 3-week, month ahead look so they know what's coming. We've utilized various different techniques as far as the website, emails, banners, communication. It's a multi-pronged approach, not only to our experience, but also for the communication as far as community engagement as well. If you wouldn't mind, next slide. This is also just a handful of our lead projects. MSBA has a goal that you need to have a sustainable project, but what does that mean for you? Whether it's just being LEED certified, CHIP certified, or fully net zero, we've done it all. And we're experienced and help guiding you through the process. With that, thank you. If you wouldn't mind advancing, we'll open it up for questions.
Perfect.
Great.
Thank you.
I get the first question.
Should we just tell them we have 11 questions?
Yes.
And we have a hard stop at 11, just to keep it in mind.
Yeah, you don't have to answer a lot. So the first question is, to the extent you understand our project at this point, which obviously you've done some work on, do you prefer design bid build or construction manager at risk procurement methods? Is there one or another that's more advantageous for a project like ours? And is there a specific trigger or attribute of projects that you think makes one path or other more clear or advantageous?
Great question. And we get this question quite a bit. Now, I'll take the first pass of the question and then I'll invite Tom to add into it. For this project, we don't foresee any issues as far as complexity that would require it to go CM at risk. With that, we mean, as we had put in our logistics plan, there is a clear line of delineation between where the existing school is and where the intended site is. MSBA will require us to look through the various options as far as looking through a renovation addition, and a new build. A new build on the adjacent site would be ideal. I know that you guys want to incorporate a district-wide pre-K program, and we could still manage that by creating a small neighborhood feel on that property. As far as CM at risk or design bid build, we have discussed this internally, wouldn't you say? And we felt that this would lend itself very well to a design bid build project, and that way not necessary for the town to take on additional risk or finances.
No, it's just a design bid build for this project. A phased project is not a difficult project. It can be planned out with your OPM, your architect, your engineers, and we can phase it, and we'll go right into the contract documents so that when the GCs bid the job, they'll know what the phase is going to be. So you sort of dictate what the phase is going to be and how you want to phase the project. A GM at risk, unless it's a real complicated project, whether you've got a subway involved or a highway involved or things like that, I really don't see the need for it. I think a design bid build is the way to go on this project. It's obviously, from my walkthrough, I think you want to keep the front of the building facing Charles Street. And then, basically we're flip-flopping the field with the school. So build a new school in the back, we tear down the old school, we build, if it ends up being a new school and not a rehab, but we have to go through that exercise first. But it's a very simple phase project, and I think I would definitely go with DBB on that, and I think you're going to save money going DBB also.
Next question.
Yes, thank you. Could you please talk about your philosophy and approach to managing the interaction of the roles of the different parties involved, the town, OPM, the architect and the contractor or CMR, and concentrate on examples of the design layout and decisions, construction sequencing and construction phasing?
There's a lot of parts to that question, but I'll start by saying that we have worked with a variety of architectural firms as well as contractors in the state and in the Commonwealth. We're very familiar with all of them and have a great familiarity as well as a working relationship with them. As far as internally, this is the team. We communicate daily. We communicate very well with one another. And as a point of contact, I'll give an example in the city of Watertown. I am the main point of contact with the chair of the school building committee, who is also the chair of the select board. With that, it's a daily communication. And we have also a member, a retired member of the school building committee, attend all of the weekly project meetings to make sure that there is someone from your team involved intimately to see the interaction and to help navigate us with the different departments as well. We work alongside the engineers, the architects, and the contractors. And anytime that we bring a challenge to you, it's never an issue. It's always a challenge. We've already come up with multiple ways to, as a solution to present it, and where we'll look to you guys with the information to make a collective decision.
Yeah, I think we've got a more questions to get you back on it. And that particular thing, I like questions that revolves around culture a little bit. So we know we're stepping in, better. Okay. So we have to make sure the job gets done. Number one, bring everybody together as a team. But we're also kind of have to weed out this. We're in charge. We have to hold everybody accountable. You're going to have contracts with the architect, you're going to have contracts with the commissioning agent, you're going to have contract with us, the general contractor. We're looking out for you guys. Okay. But we have a culture of wanting to help us, and we're not pointing fingers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next question.
Thanks. I appreciate already your presentation may have touched upon this a little bit. But I was wondering if there's anything else you'd like to add. We are happy to share that we had 100% approval of our feasibility allocation at town meeting, which is not an easy accomplishment. So we would like to continue on that. Is there anything else that you might talk about your process of communicating with the community as it relates to achieving buy-in for the debt exclusion vote?
I do, and that's my specialty. So for me, that is one that I take very seriously. And the one thing I would add is making sure that we engage the community early, because as soon as they feel like they are part of the project and a decision maker part of the project, they will be engaged and part to vote no. Also, one of my strategies, and this is one of the little ideas, creative ideas I have, is engaging the high school students. You have a wonderful student group, and the student, oh my God, why is the word escaping? But like the ones that, I know, the council, there we go, student council. Now, by the time this project is ready to be voted on, they'll be voting age. So if you engage them, they've already been doing this. They're very much engaged with it. They can steer their peers and their community as well as their parents. If they have younger siblings in the elementary schools, they will be the ones to advocate that I wish I had that when I was going through the school. So you have an untapped resource there that would be great to tap into and utilize to your advantage. So engaging the whole community is definitely one that I stay up nights thinking about the creative ways to do that.
So the next question, how do you manage cost estimating and budgets and the budget where the project budget is locked in with MSBA? A schematic design, which may be many months before the project goes to bid. And do you cost estimate in-house or with a consultant? And if so, who is your consultant?
Perfect. We do utilize PMNC as our consultant. They are known throughout the Commonwealth for their expertise and a pulse on what the market is. But for the rest of the question, I'll allow Tom to answer. For the budget.
The schematic design phase. So PMC will estimate that. As I said, before we get to schematic design, we'll put together the budget. But it's going to include the construction costs estimated as schematic design drawings, which are going to be incomplete. So there'll be design contingencies, there'll be construction contingencies, there'll be, it should be, if it's going to be a robust project funding agreement, it's going to be robust design. So we'll try to get as much incorporated in that. Once you're locked in, you're locked in. You just have to manage it. You have to manage it the best you can. And I've been through the process, so I know the process. I think between the design contingencies during the design phase and the construction during the construction phase, I think you can manage it to stay within your budget. I know, the MSBA is going to require 5% contingency on construction. Design that will be flushed out before we get to schematic design, and we'll see how far we are. But to echo what Vivian said about PMC, I've worked with PMC on several projects, and they are one of the best estimating firms around, and they really focus on school projects. So they have a good pulse of the marketplace. Even during these turbulent times that we've been through, it's been crazy. Hopefully it's settling down, but they have a good handle on the estimating portion of it.
Thank you.
Next question. Yeah, so it's mine. So sort of a continuation of that. How do you perform technical reviews before bidding to manage and limit change order exposure, which is always the biggest pitfall, right? Mm-hmm. And is this done in-house or with a consultant?
This one is done in-house. On our team, this is 3 of 45. We have a lot of previous general contractors, site managers that are well-versed and understand the process. So we take that in-house and we do a thorough design review at every phase, not just right before it goes to bid. During schematic, we want to make sure that the design, however conceptual it still is, but the design narrative mirrors it and matches so that the cost estimate includes all of those as well. But we also want to make sure that the intent the school is setting is included in that design narrative as well, because that's what is going to go to PMNC for the estimate. And at the next phase, we will do another thorough design review internally in-house. We'll have a multitude of individuals because we have some people that are experts in the HVAC systems. We'll have them specifically review that component. Others that are architects on our team that are very much more comfortable in the interior design, we'll have them review. So we fully utilize our internal 45-person team to get all of the processes done.
Okay, the next question. It's become recognized that the production of building materials, particularly cement and steel, uses a large percentage of the total carbon energy in the world. What's your experience, if any, in minimizing such energy use in buildings such as the Killam School? Do you think that town of Reading should really be concerned with these matters?
This is kind of a little bit of a personal, so I'm going to go off of that. I definitely think that there is a place for sustainability, whatever the range might be. MSBA requires you to look at sustainable materials and sustainable design, because ultimately you're building a school that isn't going to be here for the next 10, 15 years. You want it to last for the next 50 years. Now, majority of the schools that we're in currently have lasted well beyond their useful life, and they're still standing. So it's a testament to the, builders of previous. But now we're in a phase where we know better and we can do better and we want to do better. I'll give a great example in the city of Watertown, as well as in Winchester. There is a wide range of what sustainability means for each community. And we have worked on various projects to do it. City of Watertown has done 2 of their projects, 100% net zero. They own the panels themselves, so they are completely off the grid. Whereas the 3rd project that we're finishing up, set to be completed this fall, doesn't have as much of sustainable goals, but still has a definite sustainability achievement to it. Whereas in other parts, in other projects, we're looking at PPAs and doing the analysis on what advantages that might bring to the community in order for them to get to the, kind of like every town has this 2030 plan to go net zero or net zero ready. And we want to help you get there.
Yeah, Joe, we'd be more than willing to talk to the architects about the for framing.
Yeah.
You build a building at UMass Amherst, one of the first frame buildings in Massachusetts.
We also have in Swampscott a project that we're doing geothermal. So it's the first geothermal elementary school project in the Commonwealth. So it doesn't only have to be panels and PVs. We'll help you get there, whatever it means.
Thank you. The next question, how do you manage input from the district? Of course, the educational and design process tends to get the attention, but what about input from facilities and maintenance, departments or teachers, et cetera? How would you envision that process?
Thank you. I'm going to let Tom speak to that and give an example of how we talk to people. Oh, no,
Well, obviously during design, there's going to be programming meetings, there's going to be meetings with the district, with the architect, and you're going to incorporate all the input from the district, whether it's from school administrators, teachers, city officials, facilities group, and incorporate all those requests into the design documents. And, one of our responsibilities to make sure that the architect follows up, so that when that information is conveyed to the architect, we make sure that it's actually followed up on by the architect into the contract documents. So we make sure we try to cover those areas. Communication is a lot of it's communication. I swear, I don't swear, but project management is 90% communication. Okay, I communicate daily with the superintendent of school, not daily, weekly on the superintendent of schools on the current project I'm in right now. It's very tight time frame. She wants to know exactly what everything's going on and where we are. So I do that on basis on the previous projects. As Vivian said, I used to send out emails of forecasting the activities for the neighborhoods to the council representative, so that she had an email bank of all the residents in the area for the most part, and the ones she didn't, they could get the information off the website. So communication, like I said, is 90%. So it's with the neighbors, it's with the school, whether it's the superintendent of schools, the principal, the assistant principal, the communication goes right from top to bottom. And I think it helps everybody understand the direction the project's going on in the end result of it.
Thank you.
And I'm 8. I have the next question. Based on past projects, either yours or others, what do you think are the top 2 to 3 pitfalls to avoid?
One pitfall is definitely where, I'll give a great example instead of just kind of telling you about it, is the town of Swampscott. Previously, they had a plan to go forward with a district-wide elementary school. They did not do the legwork and the communication that it required and failed town vote. The school project was finished. We came in on the second version and the iteration, made sure to communicate early and often and continuously, having a clear message, and that it was passed by a surmounting amount. And during the height of COVID. So that's not to be forgotten either, that during COVID, we couldn't have these engagements. And that is where I got to be very creative, necessarily even going to people's driveways, meeting with them in their backyards, holding, kind of like holding court on the front lawn of the school and the commons, and looking at different ways to communicate. Fortunately, now we are in a position where we can use virtual as well as in person, and we have to utilize all means, because there are still people that now are finding that it's easier to Zoom in versus to be there in person. You do lose that connectivity with the people, but that means that you have to do twice as hard to make sure that you're being conveyed through Zoom and your enthusiasm.
And the other thing is, our logo used to be leader in management of construction risk. I really like that. For some reason, but I get involved in every single project. First of all, already starts right away. It's interactive log, lists all the different things that can happen on a project. Like 20, like 30, every single thing that is a risk and an opportunity, and who owns the risk. Then go through. There's going to be, you can miss stuff like not pre-characterizing the soil, and all of a sudden you get a soil problem. If you're not right on the schedule and saying, no, we're gonna get these plans on Friday, we're not going to get them in on Monday afternoon. Everything just starts to slide out. I'm going to groundbreaking tonight at 5. 4 years ago, we got brought on. The groundbreaking was the third week of May 2020. And I kept saying schedule. So those are all the kind of things we do, and you'll see a risk register done by me in conjunction with the team. It immediately survived. Oh, one of the things I missed, I thought was on my risk log was worldwide pandemic. But we did it. We're supposed to be these experts, and I went back and go, it's not. So we had to adjust.
We're nimble enough. I mean, in the city of Watertown, we took full advantage of the pandemic, since the students were out of the school.
Right.
You could do
And we were
construction.
able to progress the construction and the project. And as a result, this team is going to be available because we were able to complete it a year in advance.
Right. I bring it up to the committee, since we have this handout and since you've touched upon the team members, do you want to grab one of the other questions?
Yeah, that's all.
Sure. Thank you very much. This is our next question.
That's perfect. Okay, I'm next. Can you summarize for us the project costs that will not be eligible for MSBA reimbursement? Is there anything on our site that might have an adverse effect on a reimbursement?
So as part of our team, we also included GEI, who is a leader in environmental. And the reason why we brought them on is because we wanted to early on understand what your site and soil conditions are and what those triggers might be. It was very strategic to do so and include them, because 8%, MSBA only reimburses up to a certain percentage. Everything else is yours. And based on their just very preliminary, it didn't seem like there was anything of substance that might trigger, a lot of other requirements. There will, like, furniture fixtures are never part of the requirements and what MSBA, as well as swing space. Fortunately, here, you guys already have your built-in swing space, so you won't need to accrue additional costs for that. Definitely the furniture, the fixture, the technology, all of those are not part of the MSBA. And the MSBA also did raise their percentage this past year. So it's a good news for you guys.
Thank you.
And maybe they'll even raise it a little bit more by the time you're getting to that phase.
Work on that.
They're trying to catch up to the market conditions. They really are. They've been doing a lot of study, and where we've been in, I've been working with Mary Piketty at MSBA, looking at value engineering and what costs are coming in to see how they need to raise the funding agreements to mirror the conditions at the moment. Any other?
Yeah, one last.
Yay, and we did it all.
Karen, for 11.
Which question are we on?
11. Bottom, last one.
Oh, look at that. Okay, great. So we'd love to talk about your commissioning procedure. How you go about doing this and making sure that the visits take place and the building systems are fully functional at the time of opening. Could you comment about how you manage and perform the closeout procedure? How do you assure getting closeout materials? What is your procedure to ensure that district staff receive adequate training on building controls, lighting controls, et cetera?
So that's a multi-pronged question.
Definitely.
One part of it is, I'll answer that one and I'll kind of pass it along to the team as well. This is an MSBA project. So the MSBA will already assign to you a commissioning agent as part of the requirements. So that was a little bit of a sneaky move, but the MSBA will do so. However, that doesn't mean that we are a hands-off approach where we will work with the assigned commissioning agent, because you will get a full range of commissioning agents and what they will provide as their reports. We want to make sure that they have a clear understanding of what the expectation is for this project. And we're not afraid to have those conversations. I've recently had that in Winchester, where the commissioning agent, it's an MSBA project, was assigned and the report was lackluster. So going back to them and asking not only for them that, hey, the level of effort needs to mirror the level of effort that we are putting out, and making sure that they are in agreement and can do the work. Because what good is a report when all it says is incomplete document? We know it's an incomplete document. It's not the bid set yet, but give us true input. And in doing so, working with them, helping them and understand where the project requirements are so that we have a good report in hand. On the second portion of it is making sure that the different departments are all engaged. And that one, I'll allow Tom, because he works with all of you guys, the DPW, fire department, police department, all of the agencies in town.
Commissioning, I look at it a two-prong attack. Is the building envelope for the commissioning. There's also the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, sprinkler. So usually the first phase is the building envelope, to make sure the building envelope is for the contract documents in it. And during the design phase, we will solicit input from the commissioning agent and during all phases of the design, whether it's as soon as they're on and going forward. And that would be for both the building envelope for the MEPs. As we get into construction, you know, we schedule the visits to be out appropriate times when the work is at the optimum time to see as much as possible of what's going on. Definitely as the first step, as we do a mock-up, so to speak. Most cases we'll do a mock-up, make sure all the details are correct, make sure the contractors understand what they're doing. By the time these contractors, they'll take their experience from other jobs and they won't look at the contract documents. This is how this job is being built. So we need to do the markup, make sure they're following the details for this particular project, and make sure the commissioning agent is on board with what the contractor is doing. And then once we establish that baseline, they'll come out periodically to do the building envelope. And the same thing happens on the mechanical systems. You know, have our meetings, they're involved in the design, they know what type of system is going in place, and then during the construction, they're coming out, look at. In addition to that, the architect, this design team will be out monthly, reviewing all the ductwork going in place, the piping going in place, the electrical going in place. It's done on a monthly basis, and they have monthly field reports. So there is a lot of eyes on the building envelope, a lot of eyes on the mechanical systems, and as we come to the completion of the project, obviously we need to commission the project, and the commissioning agent. There'll be a whole lot of checklists, and there's a lot involved. And the documents will be training schedules for facilities, you know, how many sessions and whatever during the design we'll ask facilities, what do they want for training? And whatever they want, we'll put it right into the bid documents, and that's what the contractor will provide.
Now, in many instances, we've even videotaped them so that you can have it later. But yes, let's face it, nobody really reads. And you can't remember.
John 11. just going back to the very beginning of that, we're gonna be involved in helping you write the specification and requirements for the commission. So once you get that, all the, just hold the checks.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
That was it.
We felt like nice fair. So now can I say something?
Yes.
I've been dying to say this. Like, I have lived in Wakefield, bordering Reading, pretty much my pre-married life. And now, as a married with kids, I border on the other side in Wilmington. So, but everything I've done is in Reading, as far as like, the Cafe Nero, because that's the only one in town and around one. Good Hearts is where all my kids' clothing is from. And the Burbank Ice Arena, where she goes ice skating. We have a duel internally. Dad wants hockey, I want ice skating. We'll see who wins. But other than that, I know and love the town. A lot of my friends live in town and are past, attendees. So we're very familiar, at least I am, and I hold it near and dear to my heart. But other than that, I can say that with Peter, he is a member of his permanent town building committee. Tom is a member of his, and I am a member of mine. So we have been sitting where you sit, and we understand what it requires. Like, very similarly in Wilmington across the way, on the other side of the highway, we're doing a Wildwood Elementary School. I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but that is one also that we're trying to decipher what it wants to be when it grows up, whether it's going to be a district-wide K through 3, 4, 5. We're not quite sure yet. We even are taking a little bit step back in the feasibility phase to kind of help navigate and fully understand before we move forward on the MSBA process. So I'm on that committee, understanding exactly what is needed and where you guys are, what the challenges you're facing. And so is Tom, and so is Peter. So we're here to help you in every and any way possible. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we did it in.
Yeah, you guys.
Thank you. Now, will you be, perfect. Thank you. I didn't know if you needed a.
So I can do it, and that's good with you. Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. If you don't mind.
Thank you very much.
Joe, very nice.
You sure?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really? Yeah. I fall under the Wildwood, so I'm pretty much my daughter. She just turned 5,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. She's got the great person.
Thanks. Process is really good. That was good. It's like you've stepped to your schedule, you kept.
Right, yeah, we have to.
You have 50, you said you were going to talk with 15, 17, what's going on? Really, not every town.
Yeah.
We try to get it right. You good?
So sorry.
I got to come in as well.
Nice to meet you. CMA one of our but he was middle school. No, I'm just a teacher. Just this one. Keep it in mind.
Yeah, absolutely.
I put my kids, I'm telling you, it's early. It's the worst.
I tell her all, we just all the time.
Yeah.
I told her, she should hear me in the car. got the personality. You're my secret weapon. Get out of here. So sorry.
It's me, we love you, and I'm not afraid to engage in a positive way with lots of people. They're very important to get.
Human and I'm okay. Sorry that we're leaving now, but I'm okay, but. So, Thank you.
Thank you.
You take care.
On a roll.
Yeah.
It's probably good.
That was.
A 6-year-old now. I'm studying my topics like this in the morning.
Aw, that's cute. A little surprise.
I won't stop. No way.
Enjoy it.
Exactly.
A PowerPoint or PDF, whichever is better. And we've got another one I'm gonna plug in a clicker.
Yeah, let's do a shot one. I'll do that. Yeah, please. Thank you.
Actually.
Very efficient.
Thank you. Perfect. Appreciate it.
Very efficient. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sign is a cheat sheet. I'm terrible with retention when I first.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
You want to try the clicker and see?
Yeah. Business.
All right. Well, thank you. I think we'll get started. we'll do just a quick intro on that side, and then we'll hand it over. So I'm Del Maltese. I'm the manager in Reading. John?
I'm John Coote. I'm a member of the Permanent Building Committee and also the Killam School Building Committee. I'm a structural engineer, forensic engineer by profession, but I'm thankfully well retired. So a gentleman of leisure.
Good morning, I'm Carla Nazaro. I am the vice chair for the Killam Building Committee. I'm also the vice chair for our school committee. Been in town for a long time. I am a business major, an MBA, but I did do a stint on the Big Dig, putting their construction contracts out for bid through the notice to proceed process. Even did a little stint in the field.
Good morning, Karen Herrick, member of the select board here in Reading and also member of the school building committee. I've been elected town meeting member for over 2 decades and also served on the finance committee. And I specialize in residential real estate and hugely passionate about sustainable construction and energy and getting Reading to net zero. So thank you for coming.
Now, I'm Nancy Toomey. I'm a registered architect in the town of state of Massachusetts. And work in town here a lot, mostly on residential projects, some small commercial projects. I've been in town for over 35 years and town meeting member and been on various committees. So thank you and welcome for coming.
And I'm Joe Huggins. I'm the Director of Facilities for the town of Reading.
Wonderful. So with that, our introductions are going to be part of our presentation. So thank you so much for this opportunity. We're delighted to be here and really excited about the elementary school project. What we really want to do is kind of facilitate good conversations. And part of that is telling you a little bit about what we intend to tell you, kind of giving you a map of how we think the conversation will go. And so what we have is some brief introductions, a little bit about our firm experience. We want to talk about project approach, what we feel the topics are in terms of your roadmap to success, and then leave as much time as possible for questions and answers. We are absolutely here for you today and you only, so don't go easy on us. We want to make sure you get whatever you need. With that in mind, we'll do our quick introduction. So I'm Derek Osterman. I'm one of the leaders here in the Boston office for Colliers, and will be sort of your executive sponsor and client management person, be with you every step of the way, and absolutely delighted to kind of put together this all-star team for you. So with that, I'll send it over to Teresa to introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Teresa Wilson. I'm a director at Colliers. I'm also a registered architect. My background is in healthcare and also community centers, senior centers, community spaces. So I'll be talking a little bit about that further into the presentation.
Great. And Mike?
Hi, I'm Mike Carroll. I'm the project director for this project. We've got a lot of educational experience, especially K-12 and MSBA projects. So I'll be here to help walk you through that. At the same time, I'm going to be managing our team and delegating out tasks to our team, and I'll be your personal contact. So as the project goes on, whenever you have a question, it's going to be coming to me. Whenever we get answers, it's coming from us back to you through that channel. And this team is really going to be managing your entire process. So we're going to work with the architects, the contractors, the committee members. We're going to be working with the community, and that's why we have the team that we have here, because we have people that have specialties in each and every one of those categories.
Thanks so much, Tal.
Hi, Tal Kelly for Colliers. I'll be helping with the financial monitoring and reporting for the project, assist you with all of your MSBA propay needs, advocate for you through that process, helping you with your reimbursements.
Great. John Bates.
Hi folks, John Bates. I'm a project management at Colliers. I am a registered architect. I worked on the design side for about 15 years before making the change to Colliers, which for several years now. I've worked almost exclusively on K-12 work with Colliers. That kind of work. I've been married to a teacher for almost 20 years. So I know that the work that she does definitely inspires me to want to play some role in giving back and contributing to enhancing the built environment for teachers and students. So I'm really thrilled to be here.
Great. That's Sarah.
Hi, I'm Sarah Maston. I'm the director of our commissioning and energy services group out of our Boston office. I'm a registered mechanical engineer in Massachusetts. I've been in the industry for about 25 years, did design for the first 10, and have been working pretty much strictly on commissioning since then. But I have the wherewithal to know, how the system should be designed, what we're trying to achieve, but also with commissioning and also training of our, facility staff to make sure that, any kind of new equipment that, is brought in is that the staff is well trained and can continue to, make that building work for you.
Great. Thank you, team. So what we like to do is talk a little bit about the value of Colliers. And so we really feel that these projects are so complex. And so on the left, you've got a diagram that we feel will be your experience without us. And then you've got all sorts of consultants. They're laughing. We've got all sorts of consultants talking with each other, past each other, and they're trying to figure things out. And then ultimately, without a Colliers, it's left to you to kind of pick up the pieces and figure out how to move forward. What we do is we buffer all of that information, we organize it, we make sure it comes to you in a clear and concise way so that you have all the information you need to make decisions at any given point. Ultimately, it's about leadership, and that's what our team does for you. With that in mind, I'm going to have Cal assist me for just a moment, because in order to kind of complete the last little bit of our presentation, we want sort of some initial feedback. So as you spend time to put together the statement of interest, your work on the committee to date, we would love to hear from you about what are you excited about? What about this project is most exciting to you, and what should we know going into the rest of this presentation and the Q&A period? So happy to take it from anyone.
I'm excited about the project, and I think the community is, because they realize the need for it. And really, we have a huge consensus on it. So we need to be transparent and open and get information to people so they can decide to vote on this and move it forward.
I love community engagement. Thank you, Carl. What else do we got? Yeah.
Next, just so we probably should have told everyone. So the great news is we have a local light plant, Reading Municipal Light Plant, who is going to be a partner with us on this project. And to follow up on Carl's point about the community excitement, this will be our first net zero carbon neutral municipal building. So there's a lot of excitement in the community about going through that process and working with our friends at RMLD.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I love it. What else do we got?
I think just feeding on that too is that we have a building right now that functions, but it doesn't do everything that we need and doesn't function for everybody, all needs, all walks and sizes of people. So I'm looking forward to seeing that next, plant that's out there for everybody to feel comfortable in.
Yeah.
And it welcomes everybody and every need that's out there. So that's I think really important.
Yeah, welcoming, equity, that's fantastic. Thank you, Nancy. The gentleman in the room, what do you three have?
I can't say I have anything specifically to add, let's put it that way. I've been in town for 50 years, and I've seen lots of stuff come and go, and it's another one of those things. I'm not tied in with the education at all. My kids are almost, they're eligible for joining AARP. So I'm really out of the education scene. I'm a nuts and bolts. I'm a structural engineer. If the building's going to be built, I want it built right, and that's my interest. I'm not too much into the education because I've seen it come and go. I've seen, when Killam was built, the philosophy then was to have all the kids around a kind of central courtyard and a well, and they all sat down and they did things, and it sounded wonderful to me. But now it's no good.
Right. Yeah.
I don't want to get involved in education.
It's fine.
But I don't understand it.
We'll take the technical expertise. That's brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, I think we're looking forward to, this will solve a lot of problems with the school department. The building is outlived its useful life. Mechanically it's in good shape. But they're I guess programmatically, that building does not serve the school department very well. So space it's challenging over there. So we're looking forward to this new building solving a lot of those issues.
Facilities, yeah.
Yep.
It's great.
I'm excited about the transformational nature of this project. So the last time a school was built in Reading was in 2004, right? So almost 20 years ago. So these don't come around very often.
Yeah, definitely, I agree. Transformational, big moment, couple decades. It's wonderful that you're investing in teaching and learning. So thank you so much for that. So with that, we're going to talk just a tiny bit about our experience and we feel it relates and then launch right into the more content of how we think we'll get to success. So John's been working on Crocker Elementary School, and John, maybe you could tell us a story or two about Crocker as it's kind of relates to the feedback we heard and experience on the project.
I'll tell you about the existing. Built up in the 50s. It's decrepit. They have buckets always collecting rainwater. It's fatal. And that's just one of the many problems. Obviously, the mechanical systems are terribly insufficient. And it doesn't meet the modern day educational needs. So this is an exciting project for the city of Fitchburg. It's maybe the biggest of its kind in the city in recent memory. It's 116,000 square foot building. It's 2 levels. It's LEED silver. It has an enrollment of about 845 students. I think what comes to mind is the challenges that we're dealing with on site right now as we mobilize for construction this year. It's a very tight site, very narrow. It's up perched on a hill. It's surrounded by woodlands. So we are building the new building just behind the existing building. This is a K-5 elementary school that's going to be operating while this construction's going on. So obviously the general contractor we hired has ownership of the site safety and logistics, but we colliers have partnered with the school administration to become sort of a conduit between the general contractor and the administration. So from a safety standpoint, anything that's going on activity-wise on the construction end, the school administration is going to know that because our 5-day-a-week construction rep has a great relationship with the administration. So the communication lines are open 5 days a week all throughout construction. So that's one of our top priorities. That's what we're doing on site right now. Really excited about the project. City's very thrilled, and the city really needs it. It's sort of a beacon of hope in some ways, Fitchburg. So yeah, with that.
Yeah, and so then picking up on some of the comments in that, I love the comment about equity, and we understood through the SOI that there's a huge demand for pre-K, and so we'd love to have Teresa talk to us a little bit about the preschool.
Yeah, so as part of my healthcare work, back on the 20 years worth work for children's Boston Children's Hospital and various groups around the city. I saw an ad for a representative to represent the school committee. So I applied because I thought this is for children of various abilities. So I thought I could really contribute to that. Interview me, accepted me. So I represented them on but they had a long haul to get here. They moved 14 times in 30 years. Their last location was in an elementary school that they had to leave because the elementary school didn't get the space for additional. So it was quite an education, and I think I can cover a lot of those bullet points up there. So it started out being net zero, became a net positive building, which is pretty incredible. It's room for expansion. One of the things I helped them with is architects. On the committee, so asking questions of the design panel, saying, well, what would you do if this created this flow through the building? So that's a good thing I helped out with. Really proud of the work that we did that time.
Thank you. So with that, let's talk a little bit about our project understanding.
So we understand that obviously the existing building doesn't meet the 21st century educational program. That's the first and foremost. So I know, John, you said you didn't want to talk about the education, but that is why we're here, right? Is to meet that educational program. So that's first and foremost. And part of the problem is that it was built for an educational program from the 60s. It wasn't built for today. Part of it is that it is overcrowded. You've expanded as you could with modules, things of that nature, but it's an overcrowded building. And there's other factors in there, like the pre-K expansion, that there's overcrowding in other buildings that you may want to consider taking some of that overcrowding into this building. We've actually done that with a lot of districts. I've worked with a district that had overcrowding, and we were able to solve overcrowding in 5 different buildings by adjusting one building. And the MSBA actually likes that because you're not going to be asking them for 5 other projects down the line because you solve those 5 projects with one. Health and safety, one of the reasons why we have Teresa here, she does a lot of the hospital work and healthcare work, but COVID has taught us that the health and safety in a school building is just as important as anywhere else. And we like that hospital experience, bringing that level of cleanliness, that level of safety into a building. We think it's important. Tight sites, John talked a little bit about the Crawford Elementary being a tight site. Nowadays, most schools in New England and in Massachusetts are on the only sites that are available, right? There's not a lot of new sites available. And if they are, they're more complicated sites. They might have contaminated soils, they might have ledge or wetlands, things of that nature. So you tend to be defined by your site. You have to manage that site. Looking at the site, it's certainly doable. Whether you do a multi-story addition in the back, or if you do a phased construction where you're building lower levels. So that's the type of things that we're going to need to work on as we go through the process with you and understand what's the most important aspects of your building, what really works for this district and this community. And then ultimately, I talked a little bit about the phased construction. In an ad reno situation, it would be phased. In a new construction, it may not be phased, or maybe 2 simple phases. 1, build the new building, and phase 2, tear down the old building and then build the fields and the parking and things like that. So there's always little gives and takes with that. Sometimes you do summer, what we call a summer slammer, where you're getting into the summer where the kids aren't there and you're getting some extra work done so that you can facilitate the next process. So that's what we're seeing.
Thank you so much, Mike. So Carla started us off with the community excitement and community outreach and engagement. And that's the kind of first pillar of our roadmap to success. So John, if you could talk a little bit about how we engage.
So this project, as I understand, will be looking for a referendum for devastation. So to us, that means we need to get out and vote. Community engagement is a big part of the base the project. And look at it from a voters' perspective, we tend to see that you're always going to have your no voters, and they tend to stay no. You have your yes voters, and they're going to be yes all day long. We have the undecideds. That's the group that we really want to reach. We have a lot of good ways to do that. See on the screen here, Whitman Middle School, public outreach program we're currently implementing right now as we speak. By the way, Net Zero Project is what we're targeting for this. So we created a project website for the Whitman Middle School project specifically. So it's a fact-based website. It's going to have all the details about the project, including the referendum date. The big part of this website, in my mind, is highlighting what the current deficiencies are of the current facility. I think the public really needs to know what the needs are and why we're building this. If you're going to be spending that amount of money, they want to know why. I think you folks have a pretty clear case of what the needs are and why you need to do it. So we're doing that with it on our website. We also have a social media blast that we're doing. Is often as weekly sometimes. We'll post fast about the project through the local social media outlets, Facebook. So we're providing content for the social media posts. Then again, we distribute it through the local platforms. So it's something that we've been engaging in. It's been really successful. We feel very strongly about it. That's how we get it.
Thank you so much, John. So a little bit about schedule, maybe back to Mike.
So we have various tools that we use to help manage the process. And ultimately what we're trying to do is manage the risk, whether it's student safety, whether it's cost, whether it's time to get into the building. Everything is a risk, right? There's risk associated with it. And we need to clearly define those risks and understand them and either mitigate them, eliminate them, or prepare for them. And a schedule really helps us with that. One of the first things we're going to do is create an overall schedule. All of those meetings that John was just talking about, having community meetings, they go right in the schedule. So we have a transparent timeline so people know when things are going to happen. I actually worked on a project in my hometown, and in the supermarket on the soccer field, what's going on? When's this happening? So if we can get a schedule out so that everybody can see it, that answers a lot of those questions before they're even asked. You know, people say, well, I want to go to a meeting. When's their meeting? Well, the meeting's on the schedule. You can see when it's there. So, you know, 2 weeks before the meeting, you start getting questions, but you're not going to get it 3 months before because everybody can see that meeting's coming up. So it also helps us to identify stakeholders and when do we need to engage those stakeholders, because one of the most critical things to getting the project to completion is making timely decisions. So it's not just making the right decisions, but it's making the right decision in the right time. And if you have it mapped out, you have an understanding of when those are needed. And again, you can bring that to the stakeholders. They understand where we're going with it. The schedule is not a static document. It's going to be changing, but it allows us to document those changes, allows us to see those changes and how a change at the beginning of the project may affect things down the line. You may have a domino effect that delaying one small thing, you think, oh, it's not a big deal, but that one small thing is tied to many other things, and the schedule allows us to do that. And ultimately, it does help us mitigate that risk or eliminate that risk. So it's one of the tools that we use, and it's a very helpful tool, and I'm pretty passionate about it because I think, you know, a schedule is really the key to meeting that end date. And ensure that you not only want a good building, but you want it fast, right? You want to get in there as quickly as you can to be able to use that building that is new and fresh and really meets that educational plan. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Teresa. She's going to talk about a couple of the other tools that we use.
All of those line items you have on the schedule of lectures probably have a deep dive that goes into determining what they are. We work with the communities to work with whatever tool they think might get consensus and be very transparent. In this case, the Dover Community Center uses something called choosing by advantages plus. And it's really looking at the advantages of the scoring system. In this case, they came up with new construction as their ideal, and then you compare costs, and it's back. But this was used in a town meeting, and the town actually scored it too. The scores were a little bit different, but they came up with the same. But this is really important because you have a record of what the decision-making process was. So if you need to revisit it or if someone comes back, you know, in a year and says, why didn't we do this? You can go to this document. If it's worth revisiting, you can reopen it, but this is part of your historical records. This was with Cape Cod Tech. They did all these deep dives with what I just showed you, but they had a school committee meeting where they presented everything, and they had a survey monkey that they all scored right after the meeting. They came to consensus that meeting, which was amazing. And then this was also used with MSBA as kind of a proof of process to help them. So we work with suggestion tools or whatever tools you want, but it's critical to make sure decisions are made in a very transparent.
Thank you so much, Teresa. So no project is complete without finance, right? So talk to us a little bit about finance.
You know, my specialty is in the public sector, K through 12. I do a lot of schools, and you know, my job and as a team as a whole was we're trying to maximize your reimbursements. Eligible costs come at a price. Everything is capped almost. And it's our job to advocate for everything that gets submitted to the state. It's not that they're just auditing, but we're auditing for you as well. Making sure that our budget is managed well in accordance with schedule, because anytime that we're behind costs, above costs, that also affects the schedule as well. So that is a big part of you know, our value that we bring, managing schedule, cost control, making sure that we're developing a budget that covers all of your exposure and risks. You know, the MSBA is very strict with their costs. When we're signing contracts, your project scope and budget agreement will be the benchmark. So we want to make sure that you're capturing everything that is needed for this project and that we're making sure that you're intact.
Thank you so much, Tam. So kind of as we get closer to the end and start to get excited with you about the new facilities and transformation and net zero, Sarah, talk to us about sustainability.
Absolutely. So, you know, I heard you say that you're looking for net zero and carbon neutral, and the easiest things to make those happen is to plan early and to plan often. Because with that is sometimes, an increase in cost, but that can also be mitigated with our planning, making sure that everybody's on board. So the three things that we kind of look at when we talk about sustainability, the first one is health and wellness, and I'm gonna turn that back over to Teresa for a minute as far as, well, on the ventilation piece and yes, go ahead.
So I've been involved in a number of healthcare forums, my entire career, but during the pandemic, we started one, we just did our 21st meeting with healthcare executives throughout the state on pandemic, and the public health emergency just ended last week. So that was kind of a great conclusion for us. But we also had one for superintendents where they could talk and share, have a roundtable. And that led to Jack McCarthy and Barbara Hansford from MSBA asking us to speak with them directly about our work. And some of it was just really simple, that with healthcare can be applied everywhere, just making sure facilities and infection control look at products as you're designing them, having input very early on. We think it's very critical. Designing to reduce infection. There's certain things, making sure you have a safe enough distance from a sink so you don't contaminate things. So there's a lot of applicable things from healthcare that we like to input into educational jobs.
So we would then continue to work with the design team that you hire to make sure that, HVAC and plumbing systems are also, kind of taking away those best practices that we learned throughout the pandemic. The next piece is resilience. Typically when we have a net zero building, there's PV involved, and so that those PV systems can also help as far as resilience of the building. If you have some on-site electrical generation, that helps also with your utility. And then the energy and the carbon targets. So you kind of, toss that out is those priorities. And we're here to make sure that those things happen for you. So early on in the project, we work with, all of the stakeholders that have been identified to either to do an owner's project requirement document or an OPR. So that's required for LEED, but it's also kind of best practice. That makes sure that you get all the input from your stakeholders, again, early on, and to make sure that, they are heard and are part of the process, because, it's human nature that basically people are going to be more proud of and feel more engaged if they feel like they've been part of the process.
Great, thank you so much. So in closing, we always like to talk a little bit about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and often in schools also belonging. And like many other companies, we're on this great journey, but we're excited about it. And what we've found is the competition for talent coming into our industry is so extreme. And so what we do is we really try and focus on internal employee resource groups as well as programming. We found that the strengths of business, which is our culture, deepens relationship among staff and team, and in a much more tangible way. What we're looking to do with all of our clients, especially in the academic sector, is talk to them, talk to elementary school students, talk to middle school students, talk to high school students about the opportunities in management, in finance, in project management, in construction, and bring more voices, more faces to the table. Certainly, we're in an industry that
young women and even girls and young women, even in college, know that this is a career path open to them. But you have to start early. And so this was a program that we did for K-5, just kind of experience, like opening the door, letting them know that, there are things out there that they're not a part of. And they have an opportunity to have a really worthwhile career.
So we love the opportunity. Right. Obviously. And with that, Hammerlands.
They answered quite a few questions. I think you talked, my question, we already answered that. The first question was about design, bid, build, or construction manager at risk. And you mentioned with the site. So I think we're clear on that one.
All right. Do you want me to, number 2? Okay, please talk about your philosophy and approach to managing the interaction of the roles of the 4 different parties involved. That's the town, the OPM, and the architects and the contractor. And examples of design layout and decisions, construction sequencing and construction phasing, and I think you've probably touched much of that already. I think what Mike said was relevant to some of this, but would you like to add anything, or are you happy with what you?
So maybe just to expand a little bit on what we said, specific to your question. So you highlighted the town, or the district, the OPM, the architect, and the contractor. And I might say there's two sides to the district side. It's the community side and the management side, or the team that's leading the group, because ultimately as the OPM, we're an extension of your team, right? We're here to work for you and advocate for you. So I mentioned risk earlier. What we're going to do is we're going to provide all the information for you. We're not necessarily making any decisions. We might be making recommendations based off the discussions with the design team and with the community and with the contractor, but we're going to come back to you and look to you to be making the decision. So that's a key part that, we don't want the designer to be driving the bus necessarily. It doesn't mean during the design phase they're not doing that, and the contractor's doing it during the construction phase, but ultimately it's your bus and we need to get to where you want to go, not necessarily where anyone else wants to. So from that perspective, this team that's in front of you is going to be managing each of those little parts and making sure that we don't have that chaos that we showed on that left side, that it's that nice, neat and organized grouping, and making sure that everybody's heard. And that's really ultimately our goal here, is to inform you and make sure that you're heard and that everybody else has a chance.
Okay. So you touched upon this a little bit, and we are really focused. We are very excited. We had a 100% feasibility vote for the school with town meeting, which was an incredible accomplishment. So we want to build on that. But this is definitely a hands-on community. Lots of interaction. So I'd love to have you talk a little bit more about a recent project and how you would approach getting that buy-in, getting us to our debt exclusion.
Yeah.
Successful debt exclusion.
So let me give some top level, and then so many of our team members touch this. So one of the things I love to do as kind of the team organizer is be a big piece of that community outreach and make sure we're bringing the right people and tools to the table as we talk to the community. And so with that in mind, I think some things I'd love to kind of talk to you about with team members before you are, John has a really nice example of bringing in our marketing and business development team to help with the public relations piece that comes out of all of the community engagement and meetings in terms of keeping people informed, whether they're at these meetings or not. And then Teresa probably is not as bold as she should be in celebrating how wonderfully she really kind of manages a room and a dialogue and gets people to engage. So we'd love to hear from both of them about kind of really tapping into a community and taking them to the journey.
So one of the things as an architect before we get elected to Lexington Community Center, transferring the students to that. So it's a very political thing. And a lot of meetings, so we're very much used to that. A lot of listening in unusual places like the grocery store. And then just making sure that we really recognize that we heard what these questions were. They might not want to understand, or accept the answer first off, but as we explain it to them, it's part of the process. It's a give and take. So we're very much used to really digging into the community and becoming part of the fabric of your group and your community. We want to represent Reading as much as you do.
John? Well, I'm fixated on the power of the digital medium right now. So just yesterday, this is a good example. So we have a building committee member who's a professional videographer, very engaged as well. So he offered his expertise and services to help us create a series of videos of the current so just yesterday, we walked through the entire building, using his professional equipment and taking videos and highlighting all the deficiencies. Those are going to end up with a narration, a text blurb over the video on the website. So that's going to be distributed by Facebook and Twitter, like I said before, and that's going to be one of the ways that we get out the needs to the public. So, I mean, that's just an example that's fresh in my mind because I just did it yesterday, right? But I see that being a really powerful tool to get the message out. What are the needs are, why do we need a building? But it speaks to also how we can use the talents of the community, right? Because you're gonna have a lot of interested people that want to participate, and we totally welcome and embrace that. So if they have the time, they have the resources, the expertise, let's bring them in, let's use it. And I think it's a win-win.
Yeah, 100%. And the only thing I'd add is, in addition to all of that great content and social media and things going out there, the exercise that we began with, I see us doing those sorts of things with Reading, where we're soliciting feedback, writing it down so folks know what they were reacting to it, working with the design team, with the engineering team to make sure that kind of the vision is realized as appropriate and being filtered correctly. And I've been known to do all sorts of crazy things. I showed up to an interview one day and gave Play-Doh to everyone. I said, this is your thinking, putty. This is going to be a harder discussion today based on the project you're trying to do. Let's just dive into it. So I love kind of working with the community, talking to people. It's such an important part of what we do. And ultimately, it's what gets you first yes, and then to a giant ribbon cutting at the end.
Thank you.
So the next question, how do you manage cost estimating and budget where the project budget is locked in with MSBA during the schematic design, which may be many months before the project goes to bid? And do you cost estimate in-house or with a consultant? And if so, who's your consultant?
Sure. So this is actually probably a two-parter. So it's a little bit of Mike and a little bit of Tam, but maybe Mike, if you could intro, switch it over as appropriate.
So I'll start off by the estimators that, we use various outsourced estimators to help us with that system. Oftentimes we wait until we get a design on board, figure out who they're using, because oftentimes we like to use the same people. There's a couple that I specifically like for K-12 work, and we work with them. And so they know us, even though they're outsourced, they know everybody. John, Tao, and I were on with two of them on Monday, just reviewing a project, and we all were working together. But my background is also estimating. When I came out of school, I was a civil engineer by trade. I worked as an estimator for 5 years before I went to general contracting, and I worked as a general contractor as an estimator, and I've even been a chief estimator as a general contractor. So I bring that value and that understanding, not only during the initial budgeting, but as we go through construction, as change orders are coming in, I can review that change order and evaluate it, understand it. So we do outsource the estimating itself. We have in-house experts, such as myself, such as Kyle, that does a lot of the MSBA side of it, the budget side of it. And we make sure that we get everything into the budget early so that MSBA reimbursement, right? That's the goal here, is to get the budget right, but also to get that reimbursement maximized. And there's creative ways of doing that. I had a community that wanted a larger gym, but we put the OT-PT space next to the gym to make it larger, but we had to set separation. So it was something that was normally ineligible, but because it was OT-PT, it became eligible. And so that there's ways that we can do that to work with you to maximize that. And Tao is excellent at managing that process for kids.
So building on what Mike said, I mean, he's the go-to guy. And so it always makes me feel confident when we're going in to a reconciliation and have that in-house expertise. We have all this historical data we bring to the table as well. And we facilitate all these meetings for you, especially during reconciliation. It's super important that everyone is present. Not just us, but you as well, so you can see all these apples to apples comparisons, all these scope changes, anything that may affect your budget and schedule. So that's how we stay transparent, and everything is documented along the way. Every update, every change we bring before you. In terms of making sure that we're keeping in line with MSBA budget, as Mike brings to the table, is we're covering all your risk and exposure as much as we can early on. Because when MSBA does lock that in, that is our benchmark, and we hold everybody accountable to that number. So that is never going to change. We hope on a good day that we run under, and we're able to get all these extras. But if that doesn't happen, we have the tools and the expertise to bring a lot of good recommendations to the table, along with the design team, along with the contractor if they're on early on, things like that. So I think you'll be well protected. I think MSBA is a really good program to be on. They have very strict protocols and procedures. So I feel like it's a good journey all around. Next question, how do you perform technical reviews before bidding to manage and limit change order exposure? And is this done in-house or with a consultant?
So that process is done in-house. So like you said, myself, I have both the design and commissioning kind of aspect to it. So I do most of our mechanical design reviews. We have another individual on our team, electrical engineer who does the electrical. We also have in-house expertise with the building envelope. So we can kind of cover all of those pieces very well. And we do those design reviews incrementally. So like, you know, at 100% like schematics, we'll just kind of, again, it's going to be a cross comparison to that owner's project requirement and just making sure that, you know, all of those things that are important to you, to the town, are being replicated and included in documents. So again, plan early, plan often. So we make sure that like from schematic on, we'll do it again during design development and then also construction documents. The biggest piece that we often struggle with the design engineers is getting written and documented sequences of operations for all of the building equipment and how it's supposed to work together. And that's where my commissioning side comes in, because with that and the training, we often include facility staff if they want to be included in the commissioning process, so they see how the equipment works, and you know how it needs to be maintained, et cetera, et cetera. But on the commissioning side, we're often that link between the design team and the construction side. Because a lot of what we provide in the documents is actually installation, it's not operation. So getting a lot of that operational expertise from the manufacturers, from the design engineers, holding them accountable in the end to write those sequences and make sure that, you know, things work the way that they're supposed to. And if for some reason, like it doesn't quite go according to plan, having that connection between design and the construction side to make sure that we get those resolutions as soon as we can.
Thank you.
Okay, next question is mine. It has become recognized that the production of building materials, particularly cement and steel, uses a large percentage of the total carbon energy in the world. What's your experience, if any, on minimizing such energy use in buildings such as Killam School? Do you think that the town of Reading should be concerned with these matters?
So just in general, I think carbon neutral, net zero, if those are priorities, then there's a cost associated with it, but we're going to identify those early. And there are creative ways of doing that. I worked on a project where we did structural wood timbers as part of the building. The whole building was structural wood timbers, but we brought that in as an element. It was as much an architectural feature, if you will, as it was a structure. And it served both purposes. You know, one of the lessons learned from that job was you have these big, large timbers and you think you're going to have carpenters doing that work. Well, they better be finished carpenters, because if they're hitting that with a big sledgehammer to get that beam in place, well, that beam is not hidden behind drywall or behind, you know, a concrete wall. It's out there for everybody to see. So there's definitely ways to minimizing that concrete and that steel. One of the ways is with timber, but there's other ways that we can reduce carbon overall, as far as energy efficiencies and things of that nature as well, making sure we have a tight envelope so that we're not burning fossil fuels for energy, whether it's gas, which you're probably not going to have if it's net zero, oil, or electricity. We'll try and generate electricity on site. Even if you generate most of your electricity on site, there may be some coming from an off-site source. You know, at peak times, things of that nature, you're not going to have typically so many solar panels that even on your busiest day, you're going to have all energy delivered on site. And so I think from that perspective, with the HVAC there.
So with the HVAC, and again, it kind of depends on the systems that are selected, that we work with the design engineers. But as far as like a lot of metal ductwork, there are other opportunities in fabrics and as well as plastics. But it's a circular economy. So, you know, where you might get less carbon, you might have more outgassing with different materials. So I think it's a bigger discussion, but there are definitely different opportunities and options available. And, so we would provide all that background information so that you could make the most educated decisions that you need to make.
Thank you.
So the next question, how do you manage input from the district? And of course, the educational and design process tends to get the attention, but what about input from the facilities and maintenance departments or teachers? How would you envision that process?
And then I'll let others weigh in. So speaking to the teachers and sometimes even students is so important, as well as facilities. And I think it's smart to call that group out, because those are the folks that will be living in the building. Those are also the folks that will be operating the building. And obviously, I think part of what Sarah was saying is, absent considering facilities, you have a new building that works in theory, but doesn't. Was anybody trained how to operate it? Does it actually work? Has it been tested? So there's those sorts of things. But then there's also being really receptive to the official channels of feedback, but then also all of the unofficial feedback and sorting that information to what ultimately is a decision-making group. So speaking to faculty, speaking to students, speaking to parents, speaking to the Reading community at large, what are your big goals such that everyone in the community feels like this is the better or best transformational project that you've invested in quite some time? Maybe it's more than 20 years. It's the best project in 30 or 40 years. That's where we want to get. And it requires input from all of those groups. I don't know if I left anything out, but
yeah. So one of the things that we do as part of the Owner's Project Requirements or OPR formation is very similar to what Teresa was talking about as far as choosing by advantages. We use a nominal group technique. So we utilize your information. We identify all those stakeholders with your assistance. We like to have these meetings as a cross-sectional group. So it's not just the facilities and the teachers in the community, but have multiple groups, multiple meetings with a mixed group like that. And then we have directed questions that we ask to garner their feedback. And so through that process, like everybody's treated equally, we pretty much sample the room. We gather all of that data and use that as a tool for you to make decisions going forward. But we find that the mixed groups are very good because then others understand what's important to those other groups. Because if you have a room of just facilities people, they know what they're talking about, but like the parents and the teachers might not know what they're talking about. And what's, it's important for the facilities folks to understand what's important to the teachers or for the community members too. So we work with you to kind of make that happen, but as part of that choosing by advantages, that nominal group technique, it really gathers that information.
So I just want to touch on that a little bit. As part of my healthcare experience, I work with facilities every day, all day on my projects. So I'm very aware of the give and take it means that we get material inputs early on with school projects and also with sick patients. Healthy materials are critical. The younger patients are much more vulnerable to chemicals of concern. And we also work with facilities in terms of maintenance and durability, how you're going to clean it. So there's a lot of really transferable information from healthcare that we like to input directly into schools and bring those up. And they'll probably be different materials, but it's the same questions. We want to make sure everybody's safe. You can maintain this without excess painting or whatever. So it's really a critical part of the upfront process, understanding what. And we also look at finishes, furniture. We were talking about circularity, sustainability, really critical. Healthcare, really working with the manufacturers to make sure that they are on board with diversity throughout the chain of supply, sustainability of the type of manufacturing. You're going to get rid of a carpet, make sure that they take it back. So we cover all of those bases early on, and everybody has a different take on the topic, which you can see from right now. But we like to cover it 100%. It's very critical.
Thank you. The next question, based on past projects, either yours or others, what are the top 2 to 3 pitfalls to avoid?
Top 2 to 3 pitfalls. Want to think for a second too. There's so many different.
Do a team huddle, is that right? And then respond.
Sure.
Yeah, right, follow it.
When do you?
End of June?
Yeah.
End of June.
I'm not even sure.
Probably exact, yeah, I don't know that. You know what? I can tell you.
This is gonna be like, we gotta start our charter work. And the chair of the school committee has to be.
So I think maybe the 3 things that are biggest potential pitfalls, and planning will help minimize those, right? First and foremost is realistic budget expectations, understanding what things cost and what we need, and clearly defining what are the needs, what are code requirements, right? And then what are we doing over code? And then what are the wants? And then what's the wish list, over and above the wants? I did a project once where the music director at school wanted an entire orchestra worth of new instruments under the project. It's good to ask for it. It doesn't mean it's going to get it, but it's good to ask for it. So understanding those budget constraints, and a lot of people that are not involved directly like you, that are in the community, they're like, well, that's a big project. Why can't they just add a synthetic turf field to it? Well, because that's an extra $2 million, so understanding that is one of the keys. The second thing we touched base on a little bit earlier when we were talking about schedule is timely decision making. Understanding who needs to be in the room when the decisions are made, and who needs to be there, and hopefully not going back and revisiting those decisions that were made in the past. Not that we can't go back and understand it, but not revisiting over and over and over again and talking about something that we've already discussed and that we've been given direction on. If the direction isn't there, then we're going to keep going back until we get the direction. But once we have direction, and making sure that direction is that timely manner, because time is money. The longer it takes to get that contract on site day one, the more expensive it is. We have escalation every day. The quicker that contractor can get off on day, at the end of the project to close out the project, the better for him, the less risk for them. And that less risk for them is going to translate to dollar savings for you. So if we're doing phasing, if we're doing different things, we have to have realistic phasing, we have to have an understanding of it. I come from an earthwork and general contracting background, so I can get into that logistics, and I can put my contractor hat on literally and understand what that is. So understanding when those times are needed and documenting them on the schedule is the second pitfall. And then the third pitfall is kind of related to those 2 items. It's listening, making sure that everybody's heard, that everybody has had their voice, and actually listening to what you need and what you want as a project. And ultimately making sure that what we hear is what goes down on the designer's documents and what is built, and then what is actually opened on that opening day when the kids are coming into the building, the staff are coming into the building. We want them to be excited that they're coming into a new building. And one of the things we try to do is, as the project goes along, we get the kids out there for the ribbon cutting, we get the kids out there for the topping off ceremony. You get them excited so that they're really looking forward to that project. And that's part of that whole community listening. We talked a little bit about the community engagement to get the vote. It doesn't stop there. You're going to keep engaging that community. Whether we do stop motion videos of the construction site, so you can go and see 7 months worth of construction in 30 seconds, or we do drone flyovers of the site and we post those on the video. So it's getting that communication out, but then listening.
Thank you. Okay, we're on number 9.
Yeah.
Ish. Okay, so
One more question.
yeah, and I just want to say that you guys have been, okay, it's nice how you've been, I like the huddle, that's nice. So if the question is how many people in your office are going to be involved in the project, I think we know that. The second part of the question is there a point person to assign to our project? And, okay, and is that beginning to end or?
beginning to end. So I'll be the project director. I'll be on the project from the beginning to the end. Doesn't mean I'm full-time on your job because, you know, you're probably not going to want to pay for my hours every day. And, you know, we have team members. We have site managers that are going to be out there during the construction process. They're going to be there. If the doors are open and the gates are open, we're going to have somebody on site. We're going to be managing that process. But during the design phase, we have intermediate peak time where we might be bringing in people during an estimate and bringing in extra team members, and then they'll go away for a while. We might be doing design reviews, things of that nature, but typically you're going to have me as your project director, you're going to have John as your project manager, and we're going to be the two that would be most interacting with you directly and most interacting with the designer and with the contractor when they're brought on. But ultimately, we have these other people that are integral to the team and a critical part of the team, but they're not going to be at evening meetings with you or something like that. Unless we're talking about sustainability, then we bring in our sustainability people. If we're talking about community engagement, we have people that help us with that. So you'll see different people at different times, but really it's John and Derek.
Yeah, it's Mike. It's selling himself a little bit short. This is your obviously supported by us, and Mike is brilliant.
On the construction side too?
Yes. So on the construction
For both.
side too, he'll simply be supplemented by people that we hire directly from contracting companies that really can go toe to toe with all of the trades as we go through the process. One of our internal corporate slogans is experts hire experts, and we intend to live up to that during every phase of construction, where we want the best people with the best technical knowledge with you during that part of the project.
And I think I can bring a great value during the design phase. We have architects, we have engineers, but my expertise is actually on that construction side. Like I said, my first 20 years in the business, I worked for site contractors. And, you know, so I know that world, I understand that world. So I'm going to be here from day one, but that construction is where, that's where I'm used to working. That's where I like to work.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. John, thank you. Carla, thank you. Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. Pleasure. Thank you so much. Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Integrated buildings for a short time.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Nice to
Thank you. Nice to meet you. Take care. Thank you. Me too.
Well, and they introduced that their team is.
Oh. Oh.
Hello. Hi, not very much. There's someone there and then someone there. You see the name.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No,
Just turn.
Right. Afternoon.
Ed Ross and Pat Tompkins have been sitting through this thing, man.
Anybody else on?
From the committee just
Anybody else?
No. Somebody from our office is going to be joining.
did. Joe Clausy?
Yeah.
Else from the community? People?
It's on YouTube too. First season.
It's thinking this thing.
Please take a seat whenever you wish.
This thing is nice.
Oh, yeah. Standing desk.
Right?
Yeah. All right, we'll get started. We'll do a quick intro and then we'll hand it up to you. So the PowerPoint is here. I can share it. Just tell me when to go to the next slide. So I'm Fidel. I'm the town manager here in Reading.
I'm John Coote. I'm a member of the Permanent Building Committee and also the Killam School Building Committee. I'm a structural engineer by profession, thankfully retired. So I'm in the leisure world right now. So
That's his leisure.
it's a pleasure, and I've got another job to go to this afternoon. But that's okay.
I have that to look forward to.
Hi, I'm Carla Nazaro. I am the vice chair of this building committee and the vice chair of the school committee. Been in town for a while. I have a business background and an MBA. I did play an engineer on TV with the Big Dig and put the construction contracts out for bid through the notice to proceed process, and even did a short stint on a site.
Welcome, Karen Herrick, Reading Select Board, also a member of the Killam School Building Committee, elected member of town meeting for 20 years, and also a former finance committee member. I have a couple of decades of experience in residential real estate. I'm very, very passionate about getting Reading to net zero. And just to let you know, this will be our first high performance municipal building project.
I'm Nancy Toomey. I'm a registered architect here in Massachusetts. I'm a local architect, mostly residential design, but some small commercial projects. I've been a town meeting member for many, many years and a 35-year resident of the town. Kids have gone through the school system. So thank you and welcome.
And I'm Joe Huggins. I'm the director of facilities for the town.
I'm just gonna briefly say a couple of things before we get into it. One, we did plan on having our assistant project manager, Joe Clausy, with us. He is on the phone. Fortunately, he tested positive. Guy. Unfortunately for us, we haven't seen Joe in a while. But unfortunately for him, and so he is listening in. We're not gonna try to get into the complications of having him talk, so we'll try to answer for things that were wrong. And secondly, we, in anticipation of the 17th, which we knew was a hard date, but knowing we weren't going to find out, we did prepare a longer presentation. So that what I gave you, it's only a couple pages. We're going to talk to you. You've been here a long time already. But the further pages probably get at some of the questions you're going to ask us. Okay. So we just left them in anyway, since we've had that's great preparation for it. So
thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to we've got 11 questions that we want to get through. So, yeah.
If you want to go to the next one.
Yes.
And if I may, if Joe's feeling up to it, I mean, it was really important for us to be able to get to know you guys as people, especially if you're working so closely. So we have a great setup. If he does want to chime in, we can handle it.
Excellent. So yeah, if you can, if you want to chime in, that's
absolutely.
He was
we can
very
take that.
So I think that he's excited.
It's a Zoom world, so
okay. Great.
Very good. So thank you for the opportunity. What I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce, start by introduce Answer Advisory to the firm. We'll talk a little bit about who we are and what our roles are, and then we'll talk a little bit about your project. Answer Advisory is a national program and project management firm. We have about 1,100 people coast to coast. We are solely a owner's project management firm. We don't get involved with architecture or design or engineering of any sort. We are simply OPMs. We have strong financial backings. We are very strong financials on a national standpoint. Locally, we were founded in 1998 as Pink and Company originally, which was Jennifer Pink was on the Big Dig, so mitigation manager back in the day. We have 30 people in the Boston office. And we are very much involved with a lot of Massachusetts K-12 projects. We understand municipal public procurement, and we are strong people with a strong bench.
And with this project will be managed out of Boston. We have national resources which can help in certain ways. You know, we have communications and marketing folks that can help us with stuff. We have a bunch of other resources, but it will be managed. Next slide, please.
A little bit about me. My background is construction. I'm managing director of the Boston office, and my function is to get the team the resources they need to perform a project. I won't be involved in the day-to-day of the project, but I will make sure that demonstration is don't have what they need. But I've been working for this firm for 15 years. Involved with a number of projects, and I oversee a number of work. So, yeah.
Thank you for this opportunity. My role in the company is project director, and I will be the primary contact if we were fortunate to get selected for these projects. I am an architect, registered in Massachusetts, but I haven't done that for quite some time now. I have been with Pink and Company first, and now Answer for 13 years. We're actually all of the original Pink and Company firm. And I just want to say about this team, the strength of this team is that we are all currently working on together on another MSBA project, and the timing is perfect. I know people say that, but I'll explain why when you ask me that question later. And the timing is really good, and I'm happy to, for the first time, to be able to present this team on a potential project, which I haven't been able to do until this time. And the other thing about this team is that I think it's interesting is that we have come from different backgrounds. On either end, we have construction folks. Larry's the proposed clerk. Tom, construction. Christian will tell you he has a facilities degree and background as well as construction. Joe has civil engineering degree. I have architecture. We all are working together, have worked together on other MSB projects and working together now. So just want to say that.
Good afternoon, everybody. Christian Cuervo, project manager with Answer Advisory. I've been in the industry for about 8 years now, 5 years with Pink Answer. A little bit of my background, as Deborah mentioned, facilities planning and management degree. Professional career has mostly been owner's project management, right from the get-go. So this has been my world, my industry.
Joe, do you want to introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Can, yes.
All right. I apologize in advance if my voice is a little scratchy, but thank you very much for letting me speak today. My name is Joe Clausey. I'm the assistant project manager for this team. I had some MSBA background, and my academic background is in civil engineering, as Deborah has mentioned, and I also have on-site construction experience.
Joe on our project does a lot of project controls. We're in construction now. He does a lot of the ongoing community outreach during construction. That is what Joe's been doing. And then Larry Huter, again, we would have loved to have Larry here today, but this is the Lawrence Oliver team, and he had to be on site today. So, but Larry has a lot of experience. Larry, Christian, and I have worked on other projects together. In the past, he's worked on MSBA projects with us and also with other firms. Again, he's proposed as a in construction on-site representative for clerk of the works. We also often bring our clerks in early to do constructability reviews on plans, things like that. So you tend to know everything about your project, but we've read, what you provided to us, and we also have done some research. So I just, some of the challenges and opportunities you have before you, and one of them has to do with, confirming your enrollment.
solving the space problems, space needs of all of the elementary schools within the town, getting rid of the modular units and also stopping the pre-K program. So some pretty lofty goals there. And we also know that, you know, it is an MSBA project, so, you know, it's important that you have be able to maneuver through this process and maximize your reimbursement, because that is what it's there for. And so that's should be, and I'm sure it is, a pretty lofty goal. So providing cost-effective projects, but also maximizing reimbursement from the MSBA. And then again, you know, just the basics, constructing elementary school that meets your current needs and well into the future for the community. And, you know, well aware from going to the walkthrough that the strong desire is to build on that site, avoid swing space, and be able to keep that school occupied while you're building the school. And, you know, just understanding another thing that's so clear for you is the transparency, community involvement, community engagement, and obviously getting community support.
So once you bring your owner's project manager on board, kind of want to emphasize the next couple of steps in the process. You know, we'll be going through these early modules that are kind of prescripted milestones that the MSBA sets up. The good news about bringing OP on board, this will be your last procurement you have to do on your own, right? He will then lead and guide and assist you preparing your design. After that phase, you'll be going through your feasibility study and your schematic design. It's a key moment in the project. At this point, you'll have an understanding and a clear idea what your total project budget will be on the project. We know that this, with the MSBA, will informing what your total facility square will be for your total reimbursement on the project. So we just want to make sure that that number is always, you know, accurate, efficient as possible. With the experience we'll bring, people know we need to add some more funds into certain lines. We come with that experience, especially recently with the most recent budget we were on. And as soon as you know that value, that number, you'll move into the big local goal, which is when the community, the town of Reading, will funding for the Reading school year, the Warren School. And just from day one, we just want to make sure that we always set up the correct avenues for the decision makers in the town, set up key communication lines with the stakeholders and also the community. We always want to keep a concise, transparent communication line with the community so that when we do get to this local vote, everybody's on the same page, everybody is well informed, and hopefully get the news, vote is approved, moves forward, we get into design, construction, and for the time of it.
So that's our last slide. Again, we just wanted to show this because, you know, as I'm sure you are aware that this initial phase is so important. You get schematic design, you set your scope and you set your budget, and the MSBA will at that point tell you what your maximum possible grant will be. That is a very key moment. So that's why these first few modules are so important, and that's what you're getting someone on board.
Thank you.
I look forward to your questions.
Yeah,
we can give you our list of questions. I have a feeling some of them,
I'm sure that this. I get the first question. So to the extent you understand our project at this point, do you prefer design, bid, build, or construction manager at risk procurement methods? And is one or another more advantageous for a project like ours? And is there a trigger or attribute of projects that you think makes one path or the other more clear or advantageous?
You could talk about this for a while, right?
Yeah.
And that's one of our roles is to assist the district in determining which project is best. It is ultimately your choice, right? We have tools that we use to bring before you that talk about what the pros and cons of each of the procurement methods are and how that applies to the school project that you have before you. First, there is the MSBA process that you have to go through, a renovation only, renovation issue, new construction. Pretty sure you know what's going to happen for your school. But once the project is determined, that also weighs into what might be most beneficial for you. I will say that we don't have a preference. It's a project dependent decision. But having said that, there are many things that
weigh into that decision. And ultimately, it has to do with risk, right? How, what the risk is of the project, how complicated the project is, going out to design bid build, is it clear enough that the scope can, and everything that needs to be done can be very clearly defined, so you get the advantages of having a design bid build project, right? Versus something that might be more complicated and you can't always define everything about maybe logistically how you need to go through this process. Or if you want to do early bid packages, it is possible to maybe do a construct, if you were demoing first, for example, and then building, to do a one package, just go out with 2 packages in both design bid build, demo, abatement demo, and then new construction. But if you have other early bid packages because you're trying to shorten the overall length of the project or have things you need to move out of the way or enabling projects that have to be done, then that can be more beneficial first. Christian is going to give you an example, and you don't have to look at it in your packet, but you can look at it later. We have an example in Lawrence, 2 projects, quarter-mile away from each other, a year apart, 2 different decisions.
Yeah, as Ever mentioned, it's a perfect case study for CMR and design bid build. Again, it's always project specific, so we can present you the different factors and help you make an educated decision. But for example, literally down the street from our project now is the Lakeview School. It's a Chapter 149 design bid build project. They were lucky enough to have a lot of space, large laydown area. They were not in a historical district. They were able to demo their building, build new. Versus our project, the Oliver project, it was in a historical district, so it's a little more complicated. We got to keep a section of the building up. There's a lot of site work. We're building on the existing site, so there's a lot of logistics that come with that. So, and there's also a busy street that the school is on, so there's a lot of logistics with that end. So, we worked on the Oliver project with the CMRS, so we did partner with someone because of their expertise in construction logistics, keeping up existing walls for the historical district requirements. So it's always depends on your project, but we will then provide you with the details and the package you need to make.
The Oliver project has no laydown area. We're maximizing the site, which also required supportive excavation because we're building right to the edges of the lot. We actually are closing down part of the street in order to be able to build the project and take over part of the ball field because there's no place, there's literally no place. It would have been a very difficult project to do that way. The other thing I would mention that sometimes in a volatile market, it could be more beneficial to have a CM at risk just because you have the benefit of having them do cost estimates with you. And they have, the finger on the pulse of contractors and other things. Not always, but it can be because you, at least even though prices are escalating, otherwise you're just working with mainly to professional cost estimates. So there definitely are benefits, pros and cons to both. I'll go out on a limb and talk about your school a little bit and without knowing exactly what the project will be, I'll say some reasons why design and build might be good because you're building on a clean portion of the site that theoretically doesn't have anything, we don't know yet, doesn't have anything there. And so building new and you have those 2 streets, so you have separate access. Some of that lends itself to thinking, well, maybe design and build will be fine for this project. Building on an occupied site with elementary school students and you don't have a big site, that may, those are the things you're going to have to think about, as you go forward. Again, don't know the answer to this problem yet, but there's some things to think about.
And we do and have done both design bid build, 2 design build projects in both Amherst and Holyoke and Save the Risk in Lawrence. So it's something we're very familiar with. It was a little bit more straightforward a few years ago when there was an extra percentage point issued for the reimbursement for using design bid, Save the Risk. That's gone away now, so now it's taking the financial aspect out of making the decision and again.
If I could just quickly also add for 149, you can save on the pre-construction expenses, right? As the commission, if you do CMRS, you come with some other expertise of the industry, but you do 149 save on pre-construction expenses, and then also there's more competition in it because it's open to everybody wants to bid on the project. So there's pros and cons to all of them. It's all project specific. Risk and costs. We try to work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Could you please talk about your philosophy and approach to managing the interaction of the roles of the 4 different parties involved here, which is the town, the OPM, the architect, and the contractor? And the examples, or please concentrate on some examples of the design layout and decisions, construction sequencing, and the construction phasing.
So I will start by saying, I think it's obvious, but the key to this whole thing is communication, right? Each entity works for you, but it is our responsibility to make sure that the designer and contractor are working within their contracts and doing what they're supposed to do. So in terms of the interaction, I think it's just communication and establishing those avenues and appropriate communication from the start, which is something we do, set up communication protocols, making sure that everybody you want on the town side is copied in on the type of information that you want them copied in on. And same for the rest of the designer and then eventually construction contractor. Let's see, give some examples. So for design, I would say, it's important that we make sure that the designer is involving the appropriate people from the school and, from the larger town in certain portions of the design. For example, the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, the decisions about how you're going to do your building. In Lawrence, there was a decision made to go all electric, right? And that decision wasn't made by the designer by themselves. It was made in collaboration with the decision makers and the people who had stake and were interested in it. So, making sure that facilities, any sustainability initiatives in the town. So making sure that those design meetings are established and have the right people at the table. And then we, make sure in design reviews that those decisions are incorporated into the design. So that's one example.
And during design, we bring on the town and school district facilities folks, whoever the facility team is for the town. They kind of sit with us also as we work thing. So they have a clear understanding of what's being designed, what's being engineered. If they have questions, they can ask questions. If you're not in the day-to-day with these plans, sometimes it's a little hard to read, but we also provide the service to help them kind of walk through the plans and the specifications.
John, I think also what you were, or at least I thought you were asking is the relationship between all the parties. And it's our job to make sure there's a seamless team, to make sure all parties are working together, make sure all parties understand the goals of the project, working with the community, working with the town administration, the architects, working with the engineers, and build a strong team. It's for everybody's benefit. It makes a better product, and that's our job. To make sure that happens.
Right. I mean, the word collaboration and collaborative gets thrown around a lot, but that's our philosophy behind how we manage projects. Yes, we have to make sure that people are doing their jobs, but it's not in a contentious environment, and that everybody in that's why the communication and the transparency is important even within the team, not just within the community, within Reading as a whole, but within the team, so that everybody feels ownership and has buy-in to the project, right? Sometimes when you talk about senior members, we say that it's good because that means that they have buy-in, they're in earlier, they have some thoughts about, they not only the estimating, but sometimes having to put on, different parts of the design, meaning, is this more expensive? Is this harder to do? That's, but you can have the same sort of relationships when you do design, bid, build, and bring contractors on. It's incumbent on us to make sure that we're setting up the project so that that can happen. And I do think that in openness and understanding and transparency, and even like how files are saved or how communications are distributed, it just means that nobody's feeling like they don't know what's happening.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, okay. All right, so we've heard a little bit about your approach to communicating with the community. We're happy to report that we had 100% buy-in at town meeting from our elected town meeting for the feasibility for this project, which is remarkable and amazing and just shows how much work has been done already. So we'd like to build on that success and talk to you about how you can help us through this process and getting us through our debt exclusion vote.
Right. That's a good one. Community involvement upfront in the project. So you all and the town have already done a great job. Your website is very open. It's easy to find. It's transparent. As an OPM who's coming after a project, it was easy to find out who you all were and help us in preparing to come into the room today. And so you have a great start at this for sure, and ahead of many other communities, I think, in that respect. And we understand transparency is going to be one of those things that needs to happen throughout the rest of the process. So for community, it's informing the community, right, so that they are aware of everything that's happening, so that information, but also getting their feedback, right? So making sure that at the end, when you get to the debt exclusion, that people feel like they've been heard. It's not a surprise to them what's happening, and therefore you're automatically going to have more support because of that. Some of the things we do and we've done in the past is make sure that we capitalize on any events happening in the community or in the schools, as opportunities to inform people about what's going on in the project. We will put, if there's recent renderings and boards with information that may sit in town hall, they might sit in the library, parent-teacher nights, any other events that are happening that we can be part of that, or have a presence at that. Also in terms of asking for it, but
yeah, we also set different events with the community in the school where members of the community can come in, fill out surveys. Usually they'll write their email there, so that kind of creates a mailing list for us that we can distribute more notifications to the rest of the residents. Some of that is part of the visioning process as well, where people will come into the school and we'll talk about the project, what some of the plans are, what some of the options are. They can weigh in if they like it or not. And we understand that the school is used, after hours as well in the time of Reading. So that's a key thing that we want to kind of discuss with the community, make sure that they're okay with, what the plans are, security. We want to take into account security for the school as well, if it is open for the rest of the community. So we kind of like to engage everybody from the start to make sure that we're heading in the right direction.
The visioning process that you mentioned is something that happens early on. The architect, as a consultant, they bring on board to do visioning processes with the district. It's part of the process. And one of the most important things is making sure that those visioning sessions are timed appropriately so that people who can come during the day can come, and that some people who come during the night can come, and do we have 2 or 3, or what is it going to take to get the input from the community in those processes. We did do in-person surveys. There were some events in Lawrence where we go with these surveys to get people from, their ideas about the project, and then we also have a survey online and then share the feedback from that as well. I think that the websites and how you share information, it definitely differs community to community. In Lawrence right now, for example, for our construction updates, we discuss with the community what they want. They're fairly simple, but Joe is actually working on these, and it's there's a drone flyover every month that's done, and it's helpful because we're in the ground right now. You can't see what's going on, right? And then there's a quick construction update. Other communities want much more information. They want physical information on the websites. We have in-house support to help with in Amherst, the project in Amherst, help them develop their own website, as opposed to tagging onto the school's website or the town's, but integrated with what it needs to be integrated with, or just working within yours to help develop the website.
Yeah, I think another, getting back to the fundamentals, getting past the debt exclusion, any opportunity or any you need to get us involved. I mean, one of the things during it's not everybody understands the whole feasibility and schematic portion of the project. The building committee will, the groups that were involved with understand it, but speaking regularly to school committee, the greater school committee, town councils, chamber of commerce, Rotary clubs.
Senior centers.
Senior centers are a huge one because they vote. I think that's something that is very much part of the strategy that's built early on. We'll use the example of Norton, the town of Norton, their school renovation and addition. They passed they had never passed debt exclusion or an override in their history. This was their first. And so we were out ahead of it for the whole time during the schematic design, keeping the community informed. And when it came time for the public town meeting vote, it was an overwhelming vote.
Because we understand what we can do and what the committee can do and can't do, right? So we can't be the get out and vote people. We are the, here's all the information, you know, and making sure that people are informed, right?
So when you had mentioned that the drone capabilities, we have 3 high school seniors who are doing an internship with a contractors and they're doing that. So it's kind of exciting to hear. So my question, how do you manage cost estimating and budget where the project budget is locked in with MSBA and with the schematic design, which may be months before the project goes to bid? So do you, and I think you've already answered this, do you do cost estimating in-house or with a consultant?
Okay, so that is the trick. Jennifer Ping, founder of Ping Company, used to always say, that's crazy, setting scope and budget at schematic design. How do you do that, right? But that's also when you have to vote, you know, for the money on the project. So Aaron, you know, lies the rub, as they say. So the process is very similar, I think, for many projects, definitely for all MSBA projects, where starting out right away, we will hire a cost estimator independent. The architect is required to hire a cost estimator. That the first feasibility and schematic design estimates are often done by those 2 independent cost estimators. There are contingencies. We can have a evening session on what different contingencies mean, but in this case, contingencies, for those who know, mean we're talking about contingencies in the pricing of a project. So you're you know, saying this project is only a feasibility study, you need to have a high contingency, and the market is crazy, so the escalation needs to be whatever. But the professional cost estimators, I don't need to downplay them. When I was talking about the seniors, they that's their job, is to know what sort of escalation we should be carrying. They are reviewing the documents as they're doing the estimate, and they can say, oh, you know, I think this is not really a schematic, you know, like, I think that we need to hold a little more, or, you know, no, this is a really solid set. The reconciliation process on larger projects like this is invaluable for many, many reasons. You know, that you're at the early development of sets, you know, not everything's always in there. And so there might be differences of opinion. And so that often gets hashed out in that reconciliation. And then again, holding escalation for how far you are out from construction and given what's going on in the market. And then also the appropriate amount of design and pricing contingency to allow for the development of the set. If you bring a CM on board, in Lawrence, it became important to us to bring them on board before the schematic design submission, because it was a volatile market, it was a tricky project, and we wanted their input on the very important schematic design. If we were going to bring them on board, we wanted them on board for that, right? So we got them on board for that schematic design estimate. A lot of times they're often brought on board during design development as well. And in which case, usually our estimator drops off, and it's the architect's cost estimator and the CM. And the process is much the same, where you share the cost estimates, you know, in advance, and then have this day-long session where you're hashing these things out. We also have in-house estimating that we didn't propose it for this project. I prefer personally to use the Massachusetts, you know, people already know the Massachusetts school projects. However, our estimators are a resource for us to help with understanding escalation or supply chain issues or other things. So we have that resource behind us to also help while the other estimating process is happening.
And also, to answer your original question, yes, we use outside estimators, and yes, we have capabilities. We have chosen Pete Timothy for this project. He's got dozens and dozens of schools under his belt. Very much has a handle on what his costs and what. But for things, for instance, in Amherst, where we wanted to do some geothermal studies, some net zero studies, well into schematic that are not typically done in schools in Massachusetts, we were able to use our national estimating firm that has a lot of experience with it to really to bring them in for portions of it.
And the Amherst project is a net zero project.
Yes. They use geothermal too, which is we mostly understand that the best benefit for that is the summer if the schools are closed.
Yeah.
It doesn't always work best, but if the school is being used for a lot of other functions.
Thank you. Right. How do you perform technical reviews before bidding to manage and limit change order exposure? Is this done in-house or with a consultant? We do ours mainly in-house, depending on the uniqueness of projects. We may sometimes bring in structural engineers to do, if it's a unique or complicated structural, we may bring in a peer review to do that. That would be something we would talk about, you know, the benefits of doing something like that. But most of it we do in-house. We have a process for and checklists and knowledge, years of knowledge about how we do plan reviews within the office. And the next component is doing the review, but also maintaining the list of comments. We, depending on the owner, the town's capabilities and wants, they could also review and do comments, and we maintain lists of those comments. When the commissioning agent assigned by the MSBA comes on board, they have a list of comments. So part of our role is to also maintain lists of these comments. If a CM is on board early, they'll have comments, right? So just to say that part of our role is to maintain these comments and make sure that that architect has responded to these. These are also become part of the MSBA submission. It's a mandatory that you review, have these lists, the architects have signed off.
And some of the benefits of us doing things internally is that we speak to the stakeholders on a daily basis, so we understand your vision and your goals for the school, so we can kind of maintain that level in these plan reviews. Bring someone else on board, they, things can get lost in translation, but because we do it firsthand, we understand what the needs are for the time.
Right, they don't want an overly complicated lighting system that nobody's gonna want to be able to figure out how to turn the lights off.
The other thing with regards to one of the avenues for a lot of misunderstanding or change orders to come after bid is the logistics and phasing part of the project. And as we've said, advantages, disadvantages of CM versus design bid build. If you bring a construction manager on early, they kind of develop their own logistics and phasing plans, and they follow them, and they own that risk. If it's a design bid build, and it's a complicated logistics cycle, all those with the team will very much spell that out. So it's understood by the bidders.
Okay, next question. It has become recognized that the production of building materials, particularly cement, steel, uses a large percentage of the total carbon energy in the world. What's your experience, if any, of minimizing such energy use in buildings such as the Killam School? Do you think the town of Reading should be concerned with these matters?
We all need to be concerned with these matters. It is a difficult wall to come up against, right? Because of what is the most effective and cost-effective way to build, and you also have to consider codes, the physical codes, so depending on the height of this building and the occupancy of this building, and what will need, if you could build with wood as opposed to just donations, right? But instead of steel, what you would need to do to make sure that building meets code based on the different construction types. So yes, we think about it. I know that Amherst very much is not my project, but I know they're very much thinking about it in that school. And a few others.
Yeah, I think we, investigating the very different construction methods. Cross-laminated timber is coming into play now. A couple of years ago, I would have thought that was 15 years down the road, but now, now we've nationally completed a few projects. In Massachusetts, we're investigating and looking at a few right now. There is schools being built in Massachusetts that are cross-laminated timber. I'm not familiar with which ones off the top of my head. But it is something to look at and see, supply chain and jarring, as you mentioned, and reducing, we're not saying reduces.
I think also within working with the designer to put together the specifications and drawings, some of them do make it a requirement to follow LEED or USGBC guidelines for recycled material needs to be used in concrete. And that's all tracked during the construction phase when we have it's all part of the submittal process. So the GC, the contractor, is required as part of their submittals to include what they call kind of LEED tracking, LEED material tracking, where they kind of outline exactly what makes up some of these things, concrete, wood. It's all tracked and it's all part of the final submission that's required to be submitted if you are going for the LEED certification.
Which there will be certain requirements based on just the MSBA that you have to meet the minimums of in terms of LEED. I would say that where you are on the project right now, one of the most important things is that when you are developing with your OPM, the designer selection RFS, that be part of the questions that you're putting into the request for services or RFQ, so that that's something that you are judging your potential designers on, is how out of the box thinking they have, what experience they have on that. I think there's always a requirement for a sustainability consultant, whether in-house or not for the architects, but I think very much if this is desired, then that becomes part of the, you just went through this process with us, it becomes part of what you ask for. And when you go before the MSBA and the designer selection panel, which has its own set of problems for 3 people with the rest of them, right? That you're able to speak to what, why certain of the respondents are you meet more of what you think you need in school. So I know that doesn't completely answer your question, John, but I think that getting at that would be starting with the designer selection and making sure that's part of what you're looking for when you go out for that.
Thank you.
The next question, how do you manage input from the district? Of course, the educational and design process trends to get attention. Let me start that over. Of course, the educational and design process tends to get the attention, but what about input from facilities and maintenance to other departments and teachers? How would you envision that process to go?
I think we touched on it a little bit when we talked about, setting up the project team, where the designer is asked to produce a work plan, and in that work plan includes these various decisions that need to be made, and we will discuss when the district wants to be part of this decision making process, and that there are these meetings with minutes from the meeting, notes from the meeting and follow up from the meeting. So that is always part of what we do, and it's part of our responsibility to make sure that Joe's team has input on what's that we love complicated lighting systems, to use that example again, or that we don't, or there are certain things this district does citywide that are important. Sustainability, getting input, yes, the design, obviously the educational programming has its process and it's baked in, but we do make sure that we have the meetings with the school building committee to suss out what is going to be important to who and how to make sure that those people are involved in the process. It's time consuming. It's a little bit of a challenge making sure people who have other jobs, right, are also able to give their input on this important project. So that is one of the challenges we have, but we have processes to make sure that happens. It starts at the beginning with a work plan from the designer.
Thank you. Based on past projects, either yours or others, what do you think are the top 2 to 3 pitfalls to avoid?
Plan for this question.
Let me start with schedule. Setting a realistic schedule, setting expectations right off the bat. We've talked a lot about setting expectations and communications, but I think when we, pushing, let's set a schedule. Let's set a schedule that's going to work for the community. Let's set a schedule that's going to work for the potential contractor. And because if we're pushing the schedule, or if it's going too fast, or too slow, it's not going to be a benefit to anybody. So that was the one pitfall, setting the schedule early on, it's achievable, and it meets the needs of the community.
So let's go with budget. So not only being realistic about the budget, right, but also I'm going to kind of put in here the MSBA reimbursement and grant reimbursement and how that is discussed within the community is very important. It's nuanced, that's the problem. It's a nuanced thing that's hard. It's a hard message to get across. When you go to schematic design, that's what I'm saying. It is the maximum reimbursement you will ever get. It is not the reimbursement you're going to get, right? It is the maximum you're going to get. And there are reasons why, right? So just making sure that in the community, when people think, we're going, in Lawrence, for example, they're an 80% community, right? So, we're going to get 80% of this project back. No, because the MSBA is only on eligible project costs. When we, as an example, went to schematic design submission, what they will reimburse for at the time was $333 a square foot. So for those of you who don't know, that's not right. So half the project is already not reimbursable. Right? So how you talk with the community about that and setting expectations about not only the budget itself, like not going low, like Tom's saying, don't tell them it's going to be done in 2 years when it's not going to be done in 2 years. Don't tell them the cost is going to be, because we're hopeful about it. So budget, but also having a strategy for talking about reimbursement. Important.
Thank you.
Quality, set expectations for quality, materials, and excuse me. The reason I mentioned quality was because the 3 major portions of the project: schedule, quality, and price. Putting a project in there that can be maintained, making sure you're not using space age material that nobody knows how to maintain, you can't get replacement parts for. Tried and true is sometimes better than cutting edge.
Right. So this next question was, who's going to be involved in this project? And I appreciate this additional slide that you brought. And did I also hear that you have already assigned a potential cost estimator, an in-house cost estimator to be ready? Is there anyone else?
No, so I think in our proposal, we proposed the in-house team that's on that slide. We proposed 2 potential other, and there could be more, but the cost estimator we often work with is Pete Timothy. It's Ann Fogarty. It's not in-house. He does a lot of school projects. He's a great resource. We have a list of school projects over the past 4 years and kind of the over under because of all the things that have been happening, in the market. And so he's a great resource. We did propose as a resource an educational partner. Now, this is not something every community needs at all. I think that having someone like that, because the designer will have, the educational person on their team assisting with the whole programming component of it. But the districts are required to write their own educational program, and the MSBA is they do not want the architect writing this for you, right? They want you doing it. And I think that for the most part, that's, what you want. But I think sometimes particularly when districts are redistricting, or in the case of Lawrence, which we didn't have one, but I use this example because it might have been able to benefit from it, where they're combining an elementary school and a middle school and therefore kind of two different components and trying to put that into one educational program, because it actually is it's a K-8 school, but it has two administrations. That's how they run their schools. And so having it sound like one voice, because DESI reviews these, right? And this is part of the MSBA submission, bringing those two components together and being able to have them, combine things that might be contradicting each other or shared services portions of this, and having it come out as a document that has one voice could potentially benefit it. And if you're doing any sort of redistricting or changing of grades, I think it can be helpful. For most things, for most districts, you know what you want and you're able to write that. And most architects, even though they're not writing it for you, they're helping you with the final presentation of it, be it formatting or, other things like that. And we did a lot of work in Lawrence on that, just to have it be a cohesive document since it came kind of. Thanks. You talked a little bit about MSBA reimbursement. Can you summarize for us the project costs that will not be eligible for MSBA reimbursement? Is there anything on our particular site that might have an adverse effect on our reimbursement amount? Swing space is not reimbursable, and so you're trying to avoid that, which is helpful.
Right off the bat too, asbestos containing material that could have been removed through any maintenance. Flooring, tile, that should typically, or it's not reimbursed.
Right, so it's not, but Christian has a good example of how we had a change order for some thick leveling component that needed to have to come out that we didn't know about prior because of the condition it was in. And
yeah, like that mentioned, a floor leveler, underneath the floor was asbestos containing. When they submitted a change order for it, because it wasn't a known thing, we submitted to the MSBA for reimbursement. They do the review, they deem it not reimbursable because they have their kind of guidelines of what they deem not reimbursable. So it's kind of on us to provide a little more details and more education on exactly what it was. It's not something that could be taken on without maintenance. So we then work with the construction team and the designers to put together a narrative and a summary to further explain why this wasn't something that was on and why it couldn't be removed. It was kind of part of the actual floor. So you remove that, you remove the floor pretty much. So it's not something maintenance could be done. But we then resubmitted that back to the MSBA, and in the end, they did deem it eligible for reimbursement, and it was a pretty significant chunk of change. So it was a win for the district.
Right. So yeah, so regular asbestos containing floor material or the adhesive for it, they won't. Anything that's in the normal operations of a school. I don't think they do this anymore, but in the Norton project, they ended up not reimbursing software for the new hardware that had to be, because they considered it like books. Now they've changed that policy since then, right? So they evolve and learn, as things change and learn. Fields, outdoor field, and then of course there are the caps, right? The caps on site cuts, the caps on soft caps, that's 33 per square foot. I mentioned there are all those caps as well.
I think some specialty rooms, auditoriums are the one that's the most, single-use rooms, they don't care for, generally won't reimburse. Sometimes districts make a decision on whether or not it's a very strong theater program or putting in a large auditorium. So large band rooms, larger than average, larger than specified rooms.
Yeah, there are square footage.
Square footage max you have to be, and you make a decision.
I want a bigger gym, and the community wants a bigger gym. It's part of the community, and we're going to do that. And we know that a portion of that gym is not going to be reimbursed. It's all decision making.
Here, what the project was talking about, that they were going to demo the whole school except the gym and then build onto it. So.
Yeah, and so in Lawrence, I know we keep talking about this, but they have a K-8 2 schools under one roof. And there's very good reasons why in their community that works for them, right? And so they knew from right off that the additional administrative, there's going to be, that wasn't going to be covered. Now, when you get into things like that, the caps and they start to, it's not always additive. it's in terms of what is not, reimbursed.
All right, our last question was about procedures that you have to ensure that the commissioning visits take place and that the building systems are fully functional. Could you talk about how you manage and perform the closeout procedure, getting closeout materials, and procedures to ensure that district staff receive the adequate training on building controls?
So the closeout is always interesting. So one thing we say, and it's hard to live up to, but we try our best, is that you start closeout when you start construction, because you have to always be thinking about that, and you never want it to lag on, because that only can, it's time, money, and that can only add to the cost of soft costs, and definitely if it's going to affect getting into the building. So we work closely with the architect in terms of the information that goes into the specifications about closeout and what the requirements for a closeout are, and making sure we hold to those. When we have our kickoff meeting, it's time to build with the contractor, the general contractor, we talk about closeout at that meeting, right? We know what the town wants in terms of its closeout materials, and that's already set up front in the project manual, and we're discussing that. In terms of
So the district will have a MSBA appointed commissioning agent. It's just on us to make sure that there's collaboration and coordination from the get-go. As they mentioned, kickoff meetings, commissioning agent is brought on board. They usually don't have too much scope right from the beginning, but as soon as construction starts, they do review the submittals. So they're always involved in the submittal process, approving, making sure that everything is per what they reviewed and what they understand. But they do, periodic site visits when you start, in construction. They prepare reports, field reports, things, maybe items that may need to be corrected. So they're always involved from the get-go. We typically send them schedule updates so they know when the next time they'll be on site would be. They kind of have their contract is with the MSBA. So they have sometimes specific number of site visits that they like to do, which we can include into our schedule just to make sure we maintain that with them. And then that closeout, their closeout is for them. They review everything. They review all the MEP systems. They also do a 10-month after construction commissioning review period, so that they're always involved in that. And as far as closeout for facilities and for maintenance, within the specifications, you want all for group training, O&M manuals. You want those ones to be reviewed with the facilities team. That's all worked into the specification, so that the town isn't just left with a new school. You know how to maintain it, and every inch of the school, you understand how it functions.
And often the specifications can be very specific with regards to training, as possibly that they're filmed, and that all the training is filmed, and then those, because the staff, there's new staff, there's always going to be new staff that comes in and has to learn these things. So filming these training sections, and the more formal, not some person cell phone trying to get what they can, but really set up put in the specifications, make sure that the contractor includes this.
Yeah, you are right. There won't be any surprises at the end, because you will be part of the discussion from that get-go.
And it's, the good thing about the MSBA commissioning, the way that they bring out a commissioning agent, is they do it early in design development. And so they are having input on design. And again, like I said, when they do the reviews, it's actually part of the MSBA process. They have to do reviews. They have to be, all of their items need to be closed out by the architect, and are the ones who are charged with making sure that happens. It is a little tricky. We have in a project like Lawrence, which is had multiple early bid packages, they have an agreement with the MSBA. It kind of is, flatline. So how much you are able to use, and we have to be strategic about that, right? When do we have our kickoff meeting? We haven't really had a kickoff meeting with them yet, but we've had them in meetings, right? Because all the subcontractors are not on board yet. But it was still important that some of the things that were happening up front that we had their input on. So it's not, a more straightforward project, layout, schedule, boom. But if it's a little bit more complicated, we have to be strategic, as we should say, about when we get them to come to meetings and how, so that they're not, blowing their budget in markets that aren't in plans,
That was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for coming.
Appreciate it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Deborah, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. We did research. We couldn't figure out what, now we know you're a structural engineer. You're like, we knew everybody else. We couldn't figure you out. That's how it is. I know. Well, so to meet you first.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, Joe. Thanks, great, Joe. Well,
Bye, Ed. Goodbye, Joe, Pat and Joe.
Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
He feels better. Better. Bye-bye. Thank you.